Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's a Tuesday morning, but we're 2 days away from kickoff. Eagles-Commanders Thursday night on what will be the biggest game of the year to date and maybe moving forward for the Eagles. The question is, how much are you going to buy into it? Because we hear all you naysayers out there. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Yes, Russian Lance stink, but that Eagles defense was dominant yesterday.
300 total yards or less in 5 consecutive games. That hasn't happened since 2008. 2008, you jabronis were in middle school?
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Man, I'm getting called a jabroni at 6 a.m. in the morning.
How about for 4 more days this week, too?
That sounds good. Good morning, everybody. It's Kincade and Salciunas. I'm Andrew Salciunas with my man, John Kincade. Johnny, hello.
Good morning to you and to everybody out there on this beautiful morning. Nice little chill in the air today.
Yeah, nice little chill.
First time to me today, it sort of feels like fall, so it's good. And we got football Thursday.
Dude, I can't believe it.
I'm so excited.
This week rules, because usually people complain about Thursday night football because of the games itself. The games aren't necessarily always that great. It's like you put the Jets and the Panthers out there, or this past weekend, Giants-Panthers in Germany, right? So normally it's the slop games.
I think we owe it to Germany, though, for all the trouble they've caused.
Yeah, I think they deserve that game. But this past Thursday was Ravens-Bengals, which, by the way, everything is advertised, an incredible game. And now, if you're a non-Eagles or Commanders fan, you're seeing a potential playoff matchup or a game that could decide a division in mid-November. For our sake, it is Eagles-Commanders. We are Eagles fans. So this week is electric because it's coming off of a beatdown of the Cowboys, which is just fun. Like, that game didn't mean much in terms of learning what this Eagles team is. It meant a lot to my heart. But it meant a lot to your heart. It meant a lot to our psyches. We got to celebrate that victory yesterday. There was no anger. There was no vitriol. There was no ripping Nick Sirianni because there was nothing to rip. And now we are 2 days away from, at this point, the biggest game of the season.
It is
Johnny.
the biggest game. And yesterday I did Redskins. That's the second Redskins of the week. Commanders. Radio. Their radio play by Bram Weinstein. I'll appear on his show today, but I taped it yesterday. And so what I did is I literally just want to torment down 95.
I appreciate that.
But they're already talking about that there is a lot of injuries.
Oh, they're setting themselves up. No,
well, they're really banged up. And then he talked about how physical that game was with the Steelers.
Oh, yeah.
And it's something we talked about a little bit last week before I was out, and then yesterday. The Commanders played a car wreck game with the Steelers. Physically on defense, physically on offense. And now in the short week, you got to turn around a little shorthanded and play the Birds. This is a perfect situation for the Eagles to just sort of grab the division and have a little more of a comfort level about where they're at.
Yeah, and you mentioned the car wreck game for the Commanders. The Eagles had a driver.
Yes,
the Eagles sat in the back of that nice SUV, the big black SUV. That's what the Eagles sat in, and they were driven to the airport safely.
Yeah, but it happened, too, in 17 minutes of game time. If you go yesterday watching the 15-minute game, that literally went from the 2-minute warning through the third quarter, and you went from a game where Jalen Hurts was looking rocky, the team wasn't looking their best, to at the end of the third quarter going, all right, feet up. Cooper, you want to play with trucks? Let's play with trucks. It's that kind of game. And that told me more is that's what the Eagles can do. And with the Commanders, the whole country's going to get a treat because Washington's a story that nobody's learned yet. And the Eagles are becoming a story of their own.
So we want to get into this today, and we have a question because there are a lot of naysayers out there, Johnny.
Still are.
There are the people, and I can't completely shoot down their opinion. The opinion of, it's been great the last 5 weeks, but who have they beaten? They've beaten the Browns. They've beaten the Giants. They've beaten the Bengals. They've beaten the Jags. They've beaten the Cowboys. All 5 of those teams have records and had records at those times below 500, and they've gotten worse. The Browns have gotten worse since that game. The Giants have gotten worse since that game. The Bengals actually, I think, got better, but they just, unfortunately for them, lost to the Ravens last Thursday night. The Jags stink. The Cowboys are imploding. So for anybody that says that, you're not wrong that they haven't beaten any playoff teams or they haven't beaten anybody of note. But I always go back at you and say, if they didn't beat up on those teams, if they didn't beat the Giants 28-3, the Bengals by 20, the Jags where the coach made all those mistakes, and the Cowboys by 28, you'd be saying, man, they could barely beat these bad teams. Like, there are people that are naysayers that just, no matter what the scenario is, they're not going to be happy unless they beat a legitimate opponent.
Do you remember 22? Do you remember 17?
Yeah.
It almost warms my heart a little bit to hear people dragging out that, well, who'd you beat strategy. Because in 22, we heard it. In 17, we heard it. Both of those trips ended up in the last game of the year.
That's the Super Bowl, Johnny.
Yeah, so I'm fine with that. Is that the idea is you play who's in front of you.
Yes.
Now, you've got a couple challenges left. I don't know. I mean, that Steeler game at home is going to be a challenge. The Raven game is going to be a challenge. These two Commander games should be a challenge. But I don't see, and I said it before, I don't see more than 2 losses the rest of the way for the Birds.
And that would be a lot of fun because then they finish 13-4, which would be more than our original predictions, which was 12-5. So the Commanders on Thursday will be the 4th, as of today, potential playoff team that they face this season. Remember, the Saints were 2-0, but they're out.
Yeah, exactly. So, you can't count that one in.
So the Commanders will be the 4th, as of today, potential playoff team that the Eagles face this year. We know that they played the Packers in Week 1.
Yeah, that was a nice win.
They played the Falcons in Week 2.
That was a loss.
They played the Bucs in Week 4.
That was a loss.
They are 1-2 in their games against potential playoff teams this season. So, our questions for you to start the show at 610-632-0975. Do you believe the Eagles' recent success is because of them? And let's break that down for a second.
Correct.
The change in an offense. The defense is getting more and more experienced with one another. We asked Andrew DeCecco about that yesterday, and he said they've just been playing more and more. It's a bunch of young guys that are figuring out each other's cadences, figuring out how to communicate with each other on the field, understanding that somebody will be there, help will be there, safety help will be there. That just happens over time when you play with one another. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, I thought, has been horrible this season. Last week, he played one of his better games. Maybe he's getting more used to the Vic Fangio system and playing with the new corners in Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean in the slot. We know about the offense and how everything's changed and how they've gone run first and Saquon's been running like a madman. Or is it because of the teams that they've played? There are a lot of people that still believe that, John.
And where do you fall?
I think it's the Eagles. Because if the Eagles were, let's say every game was 20-16 like the Browns game, then I'd be miserable. I'd be like, wow, they're barely beating teams, and they're only beating these teams because they're bad. The fact that they are beating the doors off of these teams tells me it's the Eagles and not their competition. The Bengals, by the way, I still can't believe that they beat them by 20 after what I saw this past week against the Ravens on Thursday night.
You're brighter than you look. I got to give you credit.
Thank you.
You really are. I mean, because
I'm wearing my Temple gear today, Johnny.
As we both are, celebrating the Big Five tournament coming up. I'm of the belief that, and yesterday when I was taping with Bram, and Bram Weinstein will join us tomorrow, the voice of the Commanders. I always just go to say, and I said to him, when you do your film study for Thursday night's game, start at the bye week.
Yes.
I said there's no use watching before the bye week. I said because I think this is a different Eagles team since the bye week.
Oh, it absolutely is.
They're a completely different product. The product is different. The way that they are going about their business is different. Their offensive scheme is completely different. I said, so just start at the bye week. Don't watch the early stuff.
But then, John, there's somebody driving in their car right now or listening at home as they're getting their day together, and we appreciate you for listening, this incredible journey that's been Kincade and Salciunas. Those 3 playoff teams that we talked about were pre-bye.
No, I'm saying to you. That's why I'm more inclined to go exactly the way you go. It's about the Eagles. The Eagles should have won the Falcon game.
Yes, they should have.
That was a dumb decision by a head coach that I do believe. And yes, Saquon could have caught the ball and it could have all been over. Absolutely. But why risk it? So to me, though, that's one that I put right there. But the Eagles aren't playing the game the same way. The Eagles' defense isn't playing the game the same way.
Correct.
It's as if Vic Fangio has said, hey, young dogs, let's go eat. Let's go eat. And that includes guys like Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean,
right?
Who, and I'm telling you this, I always am pimping for NFL Plus. If you go watch that 15-minute game and you watch how many times those youngsters are left in one-on-one type situations to sink or swim, and every single time they're answering the bell.
Yeah.
Or it's a neutral gain or whatever. It's incredible. It's truly incredible what we've been seeing.
So, do you believe the Eagles' recent success is because of them, the Philadelphia Eagles, or because of the teams that they have faced? Again, every team they faced post-bye during this winning streak has a record below 500. I don't believe that's the case. I believe it's because of the Eagles and everything that John and I have just talked about. But I do know that there are people that believe they haven't played anyone yet, and this is why they've had that success. So, question number 2, specifically for you, the person that is saying, hey, they haven't beaten anybody of note yet. How much stock are you putting into Thursday night? Because they are playing a playoff team. And don't give me this whole, they're a fluky team, blah, blah, blah. No. They have a plus 500 record. They are, if the season ended today, in the playoffs as one of the wild card teams.
They're the 6th seed. Yes.
And that's a pretty good, a 7-3 record is pretty good to be a wild card team. It's just the Eagles have played one less game, and they have one less loss. So for those of you who say, they haven't beaten anybody yet, the Commanders are one of those teams. They are a Packers, Falcons, or Bucks team, 3 potential playoff teams in which the Eagles are 1-2 against. But that was pre-bye. That was pre all the changes that we've seen offensively, and it's pre-growth of this defense. How much stock are you putting into Thursday night? I know where we're at. We're all putting a lot of stock into this game, and we've already been feeling comfortable about this Eagles team. If the Eagles go out there and win a short week, hard-fought game, which I expect it to be, man, we're going to be feeling great for the next week and a half.
This is going to be the best weekend because there's nothing better than watching. I love watching games on the weekend, but when you put up a big win early, like on a Thursday night, and you're on a roll, and then you can watch other teams potentially just shoot themselves in the foot. That's awesome.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Line me up.
And there's a lot of great games this week. We got Ravens-Steelers at 1 o'clock on Sunday.
Oh, let's go.
Like, come on, man.
That's a great.
We got some good football. We got Chiefs-Bills 425.
What's funny is that there's 2 games this weekend that every single year you just brought them both up.
Yep.
A Steelers-Ravens game I'm watching every time.
That's a circle on the schedule,
and then you get Bills-Chiefs in another time slot, which is great.
Yep.
And that's a game that I'm watching every time. So it's a perfect weekend for the Birds to be off, as long as they get victory number 8 coming up on Thursday night.
All right, Connor.
You guys have 2 shows Thursday, by the way, just in case you haven't checked your calendar.
Trust me,
aware.
I know.
As long as you know.
I already planned it out. Stay up late Wednesday.
Ooh.
Whoa, okay.
So that I'm extra tired post-show Thursday morning, so I know because I'm not
take a solid nap.
I'm not a good sleeper.
No, you're not a good sleeper.
So I need to be able to nap Thursday to get ready for Thursday night football, and then Friday's always nap day.
Okay, I got you.
Don't worry, I got this all planned out. I'm a scheduler. Connor, you know where we're coming from. I think you are also on the same page as us that it's been more the Eagles than the opponents. Their recent success?
Yeah, man, absolutely. It's got to be. The way they're beating these teams, it's not like they're just, we've got a 5-game win streak and we beat this team by 4 and this team by 7 and this team by 3.
If that was the case, then I would be saying
it's last year.
It's the opponents. But the fact that they're beating the crap out of these teams.
They have the 3rd best, I believe, point differential through 9 games in franchise history, and the only teams ahead of them are the 2017 team and the 2022 team. Like, those teams both went to the Super Bowl. You're beating the brakes off of these teams, and some of them might stink. And some of them we might see down the line. Remember, the Eagles are only 9 games in. The rest of the league, at the most, 10 games in. There's still more football to go. We could look back and say, hey, some of these teams are not as bad as we thought they were when you played them. So,
they could have also not been as good as we thought they were, like the Saints
It's
when the
also
Eagles
fair.
played them.
But things change. You just have to look at the matchup, and you have to let your eye test tell you, are the Eagles a really good football team? And they look like one right now, and that's all I can trust.
By the way, just for when you're looking at the Commanders this Thursday, Commanders have 2 wins over the Giants, a win over Cleveland, a win over Carolina, and a win over Chicago.
All their losses are plus 500 teams.
So there's 5 wins against bad teams.
So they're on fraud watch.
Now, though, they put up 38 on the Bengals, at Cincinnati and won. They put up 42 on the Arizona Cardinals, at Arizona and won.
Okay, so that's their 1 plus 500. Right?
That is, to me, Arizona. They won 42-14.
How much did they put up against Cincinnati?
38.
The Eagles put up 37.
They put up 38, but they gave up 33.
Yeah, the Eagles only gave up 17,
That's the key.
baby.
I was pointing out those small corners for Washington.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown just.
And we still don't know if
Can I bet
Lattimore's
you-
playing because
No,
of the
but-
hamstring injury. So
It was making it, and again, Bram will tell us tomorrow morning, but
Yeah.
he was making it sound like they're really beaten up.
And it's a short week, too. And they
coming
got
off a
beat up in
Steeler
this game.
game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Do you believe the Eagles' success that we've seen? It's a 5-game winning streak now.
Yeah.
Is it because of them? Or are you one of these naysayers that say, oh, it's the teams they've played? Well, if it is the teams that they've played, how much stock, you specifically, I'm asking you who says that with that tone. Thursday night, Commanders, playoff team. How much stock are you putting into that game? 610-632-0975. Another thing that we're going to get into. Pat McAfee.
Yes. Who, by the way, before any discussion begins, our own Haley Taylor Simon, if Pat McAfee picked up the phone and called her right now,
She'd be on a plane.
she'd ditch us. She would ditch us like yesterday's laundry.
She is his biggest fan.
And, by the way, there's nothing I like better in America than entrepreneurs. He is one of the greatest entrepreneurs
dude,
in America.
Of course
So,
he is.
so that said, continue.
So
Because let's get the pleasantries out of the way.
So we're gonna play something, but here's the thing, John. We're gonna play something where a lot of people are gonna go, "Yeah, Pat. Yeah, you tell them."
Yeah.
Because there are people that do feel this way. Here's Pat McAfee on his show yesterday. Our buddy Shefty, who we will be speaking to tomorrow at 8 o'clock, as we do every single Wednesday. He was on Pat McAfee's show, and they got into a conversation about the 7-2 Eagles and head coach Nick Sirianni.
The more they win, and as long as you're not going to hear much of those conversations, right? And they're rolling right now, and they're winning games, and it's a huge game Thursday night against the Washington Commanders.
They were winning.
They were winning, though, Shefty. They're winning, and this guy's getting cooked, not only on the internet with Eagles Johns, and those Johns are going to cook anything. It's like on TV, they're like, this guy's a doofus, and they're winning games. It's like, I wish we had a doofus that would win games.
Again, here's the deal. If they win, people could say whatever they want. The Eagles are rolling along. So his test will be here to continue to stack the wins and to have the type of playoff run that they didn't get to have last year. If he's doing that, people could say whatever they want. It doesn't matter.
By the way, improper use of John. Let's get that right out of the way.
Yeah.
I know you're trying too hard. And Pat McAfee.
John has jumped the shark, by the way.
Seriously, how about this? If you are outside a 60-mile radius,
Yeah, you can't be using
don't use it.
Yeah,
Especially when you don't understand how to use it. These Eagles Johns,
Yeah.
wrong usage of it.
Once I started seeing it on clothing,
I'm like, stop.
Billboards.
yeah,
Stop.
Unfortunately,
Well, but
people have ruined it for us.
that's
I
an
should say.
improper use of John by Pat McAfee trying too hard to, just. And Pat, are you going to be honest with us? You got ties to the Colts. You got ties to people who are Sirianni friends. You may even be
course.
friends with them. You don't live our existence. And if you're making it out like people didn't have a reason to be cooking Nick Sirianni, it's because you're in Indianapolis and you weren't watching.
Right.
It's because you weren't watching. You don't live our existence.
Yeah, I mean, look, now there are people, John, there are people that listen to that and agree with it.
Oh, I
Because
guarantee it.
It's hashtag just win, baby, right? And they've been winning. They're 7-2. Now, here's the thing. I don't watch his show. And it's not because I don't like him. It's because I do this job. I go home and I take care of my kid. Right?
I put it on after Price is Right sometimes.
Okay.
If I'm doing work or whatever, I'll put it on the background.
I don't normally watch it, so I'll ask you: is he ever critical of players?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay, so he is.
He's. I got to tell you this. Just from what I observe of his program, you and him would be fast friends.
Okay, no, I'm not saying.
No. But I think that you are of a common mindset.
Because I just like. His buddy Aaron Rodgers is on every single week, and Aaron Rodgers sucks.
No, he lets Aaron Rodgers go on and lets him babble his nonsense.
Yeah, but does he ever say, "Hey, Aaron, you're struggling"?
No.
No, because he wants to keep his friendship, right? I've never heard him say necessarily a critical thing. It's usually just always pro player and.
You see, it's not. I don't think that's the case.
Look, that's why I was asking the question.
I don't think that's the case.
So when you hear that clip from Pat McAfee, where he's like, "Wow, what are these guys in Philadelphia complaining about? They're winning football games." Does part of you sit there and go, "Yeah, he's right," or do you see it the way we do? Like, yeah, they're winning games, but there have been legitimate reasons to complain about the head coach. And again, none from this past Sunday.
None. And we came in yesterday and said there's nothing to talk about with Nick Sirianni.
No, he coached a fine game and he did nothing to hurt the team. But that shouldn't be the bar, by the way. He didn't do anything to hurt the team. We'd love to hear from you. 610-632-0975, phone line, text line. Also coming up next, the big man is back. Is there much excitement out there? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Eagles already eyeing Washington. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update's brought to you by Popeyes. It's football season in Phillies.
97.5 The Fanatic, 2 days before game day for the Philadelphia Eagles when they take on the Commanders Thursday night. And look, if they win, there's a lot of people. I'll pull you behind the curtain. Like, oh, man, I hate Thursday night games because that means we don't have the Monday reaction day. Friday's the reaction day, but then we have the weekend, and then what are the storylines? Dude, if they win on Thursday,
8-2,
we're talking.
You need storylines?
Yeah, what story? We're talking about. We already kind of got into the Super Bowl contender conversation.
No,
yesterday.
then that conversation just morphs into seeding.
Yeah,
seeding competition.
And if they lose, heaven forbid, it's the people that say they don't beat any good teams. Their voices will be much louder, and that would continue into next week because it sets up a Sunday night game against the Rams, and then after that, a
great
big game against the Ravens. So either way, however this game plays out, hopefully the victory, because I'd rather talk Super Bowl and parades and all that kind of stuff. Either way, of how this game plays out, there's going to be a lot to talk about over the next week and a half with this Eagles football team. So I love that they're playing this Thursday night, and then I love that I get to sit back and relax and watch the rest of the games on Sunday.
Especially because there's a great slate.
Yeah, oh my God,
on
absolutely.
Sunday. And we'll be playing a little golf Sunday morning.
Yes, I can't wait for it.
Down at Citizens Bank.
Yeah,
we're going to have a good time.
Ballpark. Like, I can't even envision it, so I'm
It's wild. I tell you, though, is there will be, for like Connor, is Connor will lose his mind at just the challenge of this. I think you and I don't know about Gunner.
I'm just going to have fun.
We'll just be like, you're amazed walking around the stadium and sitting. You're down the third baseline, teeing off down onto the field.
Yeah. See, I'm just pulling 5-iron and trying to hit him into the parking lot. Be careful when you park on Sunday, folks.
Exactly. All right, so our questions regarding the Eagles. Do you believe the Eagles' recent success is because of them as the team, or are you one of the naysayers that are still saying it's because of the teams that they have faced? Because the last 5 wins, all 5 with their 5-game winning streak, has been against teams that are below 500. And if you are one of those naysayers, you say, nah, I got to wait and see them beat a real team. How much stock are you putting into Thursday night? Because Thursday night is against a playoff team in the Washington Commanders. And then you heard that Pat McAfee clip where he's basically saying, what's wrong with people in Philadelphia? Why do they hate Nick Sirianni? They're 7-2.
And his whole crew.
Yeah, it was like the same way.
They did the LeFou routine.
Yes.
All like, yeah, the Philly fans, man, they're crapping on Sirianni. As if there's nothing. It's so interesting to watch it. They say nothing in defense of Nick Sirianni to say, look what the guy does. They just rip Philly fans.
Yeah. And if you
They don't say anything to go, well, here's the reason that we're supporting Nick Sirianni. Yeah. Other than the fact is, they're not telling you. Pat's got a relationship somewhere with Nick Sirianni through the Colts. And it's this whole Pat, you know who did this too? Jim Nantz did it the other day. We didn't talk about it yesterday. Jim Nantz did it during the broadcast.
Did he?
Nick Sirianni getting crushed in Philadelphia and getting heavily critiqued. This team's like one of the best teams in football and everything, and did the same old tired ass routine. I challenge you. You tell me what Nick Sirianni does well. If you're one of the national people that wants to be like, these Philly fans criticizing Nick Sirianni, none of them give you a reason to go, well, here's where Nick's great. Here's what he does.
No, their one reason is he just wins.
Exactly.
That's what people will say.
Hang on now. Let's be a little fair because we have a guy that's coming up at 10 a.m. on the Mike Missanelli show that's been doing this for months, and he has reasoning, and he's Bill Colarulo, who, of course...
Yeah, but
he has plenty to say about sports in Philly.
He has
but
plenty
John
to say
said the national people.
The national people.
No, I know.
I'm saying to Jim Nantz. Tony Romo got involved in it a little bit, too. Pat McAfee and the McAfettes. I mean, seriously, you tell me what Nick Sirianni does well. Give me the reasons. All they're doing is these Philly fans, man. And then
now, I will say they did say on the TV here. So Pat McAfee did say some of our ESPN. He didn't say ESPN, but he said us here.
I would also say, Pat, drop John from your vocabulary because you do not know how to use it. Yeah. Just don't. Yeah. You don't know how to use it. Okay. When you're using John, those Philly Johns. Yeah. Wrong usage of John.
Go. All right, we'll get to the text and calls in a little bit at 610-632-0975. But the other thing we want to get into, no official report, but he's not on the injury report. Joel Embiid expected to play tonight against the New York Knicks. It's going to be the first game of the season for Joel Embiid. I want to know, legitimately from you, where is your level of excitement when it comes to Joel Embiid making his 2024 debut. You know me. I barely have to explain myself. I love Joel Embiid. All right, I'm minutes away from getting a Joel Embiid tattoo.
No,
okay?
you do. You love him.
I'm a big Joel Embiid fan, so I'm probably not the best person to talk to about this. I do think it's crazy for somebody that isn't excited to see probably, arguably, a top 5 player in Sixers franchise history, but I also know how painful this decade has been. And apathy is set in for a lot of people. There are a lot of people that do the whole wake me up when the playoffs start. This team is different. It's Paul George. Tyrese Maxey unfortunately hurt, but it's Paul George, Maxey, and Embiid. This is your next 5 years as long as everybody plays through their entirety of their contracts.
You're not making people feel better when you say that.
So I want to hear from you, John. What is your level of excitement? Because it is still only November, but it is his debut for the 2024 season.
My level of excitement?
Yeah.
Poor.
Why?
I'm just being honest.
Okay. And that's
Because I'm already desperate. Because unlike people who are going to spin to you that all you got to do is just be healthy come playoff time, that is bull pucky. You're not the Miami Heat who pull off the occasional, I can do it from the back end of the standings. You cannot be down the pecking order, down to 5 seed, 6 seed, 7 seed.
And you know I feel
expect
that.
to be,
You know I feel that way.
all I'm going to say is the only people who would spin this as you just got to be healthy and spring are people who are saying, let's just get out of the second round. And I've heard a few of them. Yeah, let's get out of the second round. That's great.
No, the standard should be the championship.
If that's your motivation to get out of the second round, that's even more freaking pathetic than let's rest him, put him in bubble wrap, and sit him. My enthusiasm, look, I'm 10 times more likely to spend extended periods of time watching Sixer basketball when Joel's there.
Of course.
Bottom line.
Yeah.
So there it
like
is.
You're going to be locked in.
So there it is. During Sixer games this year, I have been in and out of the game.
Yeah. Well, tonight's a 7:30 tip-off. So tonight is I'm on my couch at 7:25. Hey, Coop, you want 30 more minutes? Come watch the Sixers with me. Like, that's what this game is for me. Because
Okay.
Joel Embiid is back. I can't wait to see him play with Paul George. How does that mesh? How does Paul George help Joel Embiid? How does Joel Embiid help Paul George out? Obviously, it's disappointing that Tyrese Maxey will not be playing tonight, but it's exciting for the future that Maxey will come back. But I don't think you're wrong. Like, I think there are more people like
feel like
you.
yes.
Connor, where are we at today?
I'm very excited. I'm going to watch the whole game. I might not blink the whole time. Like, I'm fired up, man. I'm wearing my Sixers sweatshirt today for a reason. Because people forget how good this guy is. We get so caught up in the everything Joel Embiid is not that a lot of times people in this city forget what he's capable of. And I'm not thinking about the postseason, and I'm not thinking about seeding, and I'm not thinking about anywhere down the line from 7:30 p.m. tonight. But what I know is he has, in my adult sports fandom, given me the best quality basketball that I've ever seen from a Sixers player. And I know I'm going to get that with him healthy and out on the floor, so I'm excited to watch for that reason. And we'll cross the other bridges when we get there. I'm not saying, well, the season is saved and they're fine now, but for tonight,
you're just excited to see a basketball game on a Tuesday night.
I've been waiting months to see Joel Embiid play basketball again in a Sixers uniform.
I agree. I understand exactly where the two of you are. I think that the idea that we're talking about, he's given us great basketball or something
in his adult life.
I got to tell you, he's there's been great. The moments though, it's where we're different. Mm-hmm. I root for laundry. I'm a Sixers fan. If Joel Embiid was traded tomorrow, I'd give him a standing ovation first time he came back when he was introduced, and then I would absolutely boo him from that. I'd boo him from that point on. But I mean, to me, I'm a Sixers fan, and I don't feel the same level of joy of having the Embiid era. The Embiid era to me is one of frustration and underachievement.
Sure, but the player himself.
I don't, but that doesn't do anything for me.
Okay, well then, John,
that's
I
what
don't
I'm saying.
know what
I'm
to tell you. Then don't watch a play. Like, I don't know how you could possibly watch a player that talented play for your team and say, well, it does nothing for me.
Because I'm rooting for a team. And what I've seen is far too many times, some by his own doing, some not by his doing. The entire era has been frustrating as hell.
Yeah,
and there's no accomplishment. There is zero accomplishments except personal.
When he windmill dunks somebody through the crust of the
That's
earth
great.
tonight, I'm going to stand up and cheer for it, whether he has
no,
a
and
finals
He
or not.
might not be doing any windmill dunks
No, I hope he
tonight.
doesn't,
Yeah,
honestly.
let's not.
Stay on your
Is he
feet,
wearing
Joe.
flip-flops?
All
Or
right,
is he going to
coming
wear
up next,
sneakers?
I want to
hope
hear.
sneakers.
I want to hear from you guys. So you know our Eagles topics, but now the Sixers topic that's been opened up. Where is your level of excitement for tonight's game? John is kind of like, I'll watch it.
No, I'm
fired
excited.
up.
I'm going to watch it either way.
I know you're going to watch it, but you're not.
No, I'm not.
You're not
No.
like sitting on the couch
No.
7:30. It's tip-off time, baby.
They're one of the worst teams in basketball.
Till tonight,
No.
Johnny.
Oh, okay.
It turns around now. All right, we hear from you coming up next, 610-632-0975. Don't forget, Jeff McLane coming up at 8:10 today, and Amy Fadool for the entire 9 o'clock hour, as this is a Tuesday morning. Wow, 2 days until kickoff. Right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Andrew DeCecco recaps the Eagles' win over Dallas.
Going into this game, I got a lot of, is this defense for real? It absolutely is.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. I just saw the sun coming up, man. I just walked in the hallway. Oh, it's beautiful.
So the sun continues to come up.
The sun does rise.
I like that.
Every once in a while, the sun does rise.
Happiness, baby.
Damn right. All right, so I want to get to our text line and our phones as well. It's 610-632-0975 because we have a bunch of topics for you today when it comes to the Eagles. For those of you who say, oh, man, they haven't beaten anybody, how much stock are you putting into this game on Thursday? And then Joel Embiid is back tonight. Where is the level of excitement? I am a sit my rear end on the couch 5 minutes before tip-off so I don't miss anything. I want to see the pre-packaged intro from Kate and Allah, right? I want to watch Joel Embiid, or it's not even that. It's 7:30. Is this a nationally televised game?
It's a national game tonight, I think.
So wherever I'm watching, I want to see all the pre-packaged stuff of Embiid warming up. Here's Joel Embiid pregame. I want to see all that stuff tonight.
I'm fascinated by that.
But I know I'm alone, or at least
I don't think you're alone. Connor sounds like he's with you.
I'm totally with you.
You're there on your. Now it's straight. You're on your couch at like 7:20. Got to see this. Sitting on the edge of your seat, like got to see all this.
Well, no, I'm at the bar, but
he's at the bar. He's got a life, John.
I think the two of you were certifiably nuts.
Well, let's see what the people say about it. Let's go to the phones first. Let's go to Ray in Delaware. Good morning, Ray. How are you?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good morning,
How are
Ray.
you?
Hey, so I just wanted to touch on the Eagles first. Obviously, to this point, there's been a lot of talk in the media and the fans and stuff like that. I can say with 100% confidence that it's this Eagles team. If you look at before the bye, all the injuries, A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith, Lane Johnson, a couple of good teams mixed in there. We finished at 2-2. I was over the moon at that point. And that was obviously above expectations, given all the injuries. Then we come out of the bye, and we still don't have a full, healthy roster. I think yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, was the first game we were fully healthy. And we're blowing out teams like Cincinnati and Dallas is usually a tough divisional matchup. So I just think it's impossible to say that it's the opponents they're playing. And this Thursday, obviously, Washington is no pushover. This is a good young team. They have a bright future ahead of them.
So how much stock are you going to put into this game? Because it's interesting. You said you were over the moon the first 4 weeks of the season, and they went 2-2 against more quality opponents than what we've seen in recent weeks. And I'm with you, man. I think it's the Eagles the last 5 weeks, not just the opponents. But if they do lose to the Commanders on Thursday, how much stock do you put into a loss?
I mean, it's a decent young Washington team. We're playing on a short week, and divisional matchups are always a toss-up. So I'm okay with a loss here because we will have to see him again. And again, I think we are going to absolutely dismantle him on Thursday because the same arguments made against them. They played some okay teams, but I just
right.
When you look
I mean, and John went through it. And thanks for the call, Ray. That their record against plus 500 teams versus under 500. The majority of their wins are from teams under 500. Now we got to get this out of our vocabulary.
What's that?
Oh, it's going to be tough. The Eagles are playing on a short week.
No, the short week stuff is nonsense.
It's true. They are playing on a short week.
Both teams playing a short week.
Yes. It's one thing if the Commanders were off this pat, like it was their bye week.
Right.
Like last year, the Eagles legitimately got screwed because it was 3 weeks in a row they played teams on 10 days rest. Remember that? The 49ers, the Cowboys, and Seahawks all had 10 days rest.
By the way, 49ers have that scheduled this year.
Which is unbelievable.
It just happened to turn out that way where the 49ers are facing a lot of teams off of buys.
Oh, so the 49ers have the difficulty of the schedule.
Yeah, they have the difficulty of that.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles kind of – that's not the reason why they had the downfall, but it sucks that you're playing 3 straight weeks facing teams that are more rested than you are.
And then they had the game flexed from Sunday into Monday night.
Yeah.
Giving them another short week.
Right,
the Seattle
exactly.
game.
Yep. Yeah, you're right.
Things like that.
But the short week conversation, it carries water in one way, right? If it looks clunky, if they look kind of weird, if they look like they're not firing on all cylinders, that's something that people can look at and say, well, the time they had to prepare. It's not an excuse for winning or losing the game.
Both teams have that.
Well, both teams, yes. But if the Eagles go out there, it's just like Jalen Hurts is missing guys, or they're missing a block here or there. I think there will be people who say, okay, win the game, find a way.
Is Jaden Daniels missing guys?
Possibly.
Are the command? Well, no, that's what I mean. I'm not. You can't use that excuse if Washington comes out and looks smooth.
Well, look at Thursday night games this year. Outside of the Ravens and the Bengals last week, Thursday night games stink. And it's not because of the quality of the teams.
Again,
it's because
I got
of the
you.
quick turnaround.
But if one team looks well prepared and smooth and the other one looks clunky,
right,
you can't use the Thursday night excuse.
But I know how the city works, because if they win 17-14 and Jalen Hurts throws 2 picks and they look ugly, people are going to lose their minds instead of saying, short week, you found a victory. So let's prepare for that.
Okay, we'll prepare for it. All right, what do we got on the text line there, Mr. Thomas?
We have a check-in here on the Joel Embiid excitement level.
Okay, what do we got?
We're already here, aren't we? This texter says, I'm not excited at all. I'll be glad when he's traded. Give me some bonus and a straight-up trade for him. Embiid has ruined my love for the Sixers.
What?
I'll be happy when he's gone.
All right, look, once more, don't blame anybody who says, man, wake me up when the playoffs, or thinks about life without Joel Embiid. I don't blame anyone for thinking that. What I get upset about is when somebody says they'd be better off, because you saw what their life is without Joel Embiid so far this season. Tyrese Maxey was 1-6. He's not a guy that's going to carry a team.
No, he's not.
And so if you trade Joel Embiid for Domantas Sabonis, who, trust me, I love the guy. All right, Lithuanian pride here. They're not some perennial title contender. All right, with Maxey and Sabonis. All right.
No, I mean, is it that is. Now you see, it's funny is that a brother in arms who sort of feels like I do, and then he takes it to an absurd level. I can't go there.
That one's
I can't go there.
Too far.
But I am floored that you're talking about a November game, and you're not frustrated.
I am frustrated.
No, you're not frustrated with the man that you're going to sit there tonight and go, woo!
I told you I'm frustrated.
No, with him.
No, I am frustrated with him that he's missing time because he played in the Olympics that I did not want him to participate in.
You did not. You're not back. You're not back.
No, I didn't want him to play in it.
He's gonna have to do a little bit to win me back, because it's a ridiculous thing that we're sitting here 9 games
So you're
into
the one that's supposed to be the forgiving one on the show, John. I'm supposed to be the hard-headed ass. All right?
Well,
come on, man. Why are we changing sides here?
Let's do it.
All right, coming up next, we reset the show. Also, you guys don't even know what the quote is.
I can't wait to hear this.
I read something this morning that gives me mixed emotions because I did not like what I read, but I respect this guy fully. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Embiid set to return. I'm Connor Thomas. This update is brought
I'm on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Like John said earlier, finally feels like fall. The last couple of days have been weird. Cold, hot, steaming hot, then cold again. And
it got hot yesterday out. We were out in the trails, and it was hot.
Well, today it looks like we're at normal fall weather for the next couple of weeks until you lie again and say, "Oh, we're never getting any hot days again."
No, we're not getting any hot days yet.
Yeah, we'll see.
They're done.
All right, so here's what we're talking about today. The Philadelphia Eagles play the Commanders on Thursday, and they're on a 5-game winning streak. The Philadelphia Eagles are. So our initial question is whether or not you believe this 5-game winning streak for the Eagles is more so to do with them and how they have played and everything that they have done post-bye week, which has changed the direction of the offense, the defense having more experience with one another, getting healthier, as our last caller pointed out, that they were pretty banged up the first 4 weeks of the season. They are healthier, and they have shown how dominant they can be. Or do you believe it's because of the opponents that they have faced? Everybody that we have talked to, even local reporters who have given the Eagles their flowers, also then pause and say, then again, it was against the Giants. It was against the Bengals, who I still think that was an impressive win. It was against the Jags. Now it was against the Cowboys with Cooper Rush and Trey Lance. So I totally understand where people are coming from. But if you are one of those people, even though I don't agree with you, Thursday night they're playing a playoff team in the Washington Commanders. So my question is,
you can't keep moving.
Well,
the
yeah.
goalposts.
My question is, how much stock are you putting into it? You better put stock into it. If they win, don't do. Well, of course they beat the Commanders. They're fraudulent. Like, no. If you are saying they haven't beaten anybody of note, and in the 3 games where they played potential playoff teams, the Packers, Falcons, and Bucks, and you point out that they are 1-2 against those teams, and they're just beating up on the lower level teams in the NFL, then what do you say Thursday night if they take care of business against the Commanders?
Well, what you should say is that this team is on one of the longest winning streaks off a bye week in NFL history.
Wow.
By the way,
yeah,
this is not they're right now 5.
Mm-hmm.
They get to 6. That will be one of the best in the franchise's history, and it will also start coming into 6-game winning streaks off of bye weeks. Is one of the longest in NFL history. So.
Sounds pretty good.
You give it respect.
Yeah.
Because, the Eagles, just a note, the Eagles aren't the only team who plays mediocre teams on their schedule.
That is correct, John.
It's hard to understand. I get that so unbelievable.
That is correct.
Yes.
The other thing that we got into, Eagles-related, Pat McAfee. So let's play the clip for you guys one more time, or again. There are a lot of big Pat McAfee fans. I would say the term bootlickers. There are a lot of bootlickers when it comes to Pat McAfee. And this is not me taking a shot at Pat McAfee. I respect what he has been able to accomplish in this medium as quickly as he has, too. And I love that he has rode with his friends.
Yes.
Like, I respect the guy.
He hasn't jettisoned.
No, the guys that he does the show with have been with him from the beginning.
Absolutely.
So, I respect the hell out of Pat McAfee, the man and everything. I don't respect what he has to say in this clip here about Eagles fans and, of course, the evil media talking about Nick Sirianni. Take a listen when he was joined by Adam Schefter yesterday.
The more they win, and as long as you're not going to hear much of those conversations, right? And they're rolling right now, and they're winning games, and it's a huge game Thursday night against the Washington Commanders.
They were winning, though, Shefty. They're winning, and this guy's getting cooked, not only on the internet with Eagles Johns, and those Johns are going to cook anything. It's like on TV, they're like, this guy's a doofus, and they're winning games. It's like, I wish we had a doofus that would win games.
Again, here's the deal. If they win, people can say whatever they want. The Eagles are rolling along. So his test will be here to continue to stack the wins and to have the type of playoff run that they didn't get to have last year. If he's doing that, people could say whatever they want. It doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, and we'll be speaking with Shefty tomorrow morning.
Did you hear the entire thing there? Pat McAfee, there's no defending Nick Sirianni.
No,
there's no
brings up their win-loss.
Let me put it's the 1-loss record. You're not paying attention. You don't live here. You don't watch it. You don't watch. Why was Nick Sirianni getting cooked in this town? His decision in the Falcons game, decisions he's making during games, decisions in the Browns game, passing on points,
and then yelling at people.
Getting into fights with fans in the stands, bringing his daycare center to a post-game press conference avoiding the critical losses. Give me a freaking break. If you can't defend somebody by saying, it's like the what we had to watch, people on both sides of the aisle for years in this country just trash other people.
Yeah.
They don't build up their own guy or lady. They trash the other side. Tell me what's good about you. And if Pat McAfee can come up with the list of what Nick Sirianni is making a difference for the Eagles, he's lying.
But, John, there are people that agree with that idea that Pat McAfee is presenting there, that, well, he's winning.
Well, then that's just BS. It's not fifth grade anymore. You can't just do, well, I know his record. His record. He was horrible in the Falcon game. Bad in the Browns game. Not great in some of the decisions that he made in other games.
Dude, the Jags game, he was.
I mean,
that
seriously,
was the worst game of the year, and they won that.
That is why Nick Sirianni's getting cooked. And if you live in Indiana, you don't know that because you're not watching every Eagles game like Eagle fans.
But you keep on saying Eagles fans, and there are Eagles fans that agree with Pat McAfee. There are
they're
people
not paying
that cherish
attention
every
again.
word that he says, and they go, "Yeah, Pat,
all right, here's
you're
what
the
I'd say.
voice of a real fan."
Here I'd say to any one of them, get on the air, join us. We'll put you out and start reciting where Nick Sirianni is making a difference for this team. Just start right up. This is what he's responsible for. This is what has been great. This is what he's been doing. This has been great. Just give it to me. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that people are going to spike the football over the head coach based on a record. You're not paying attention. You cannot have a dialogue because you don't have facts on your side.
Joel Embiid also back tonight. Where is your level of excitement when it comes to the big man making his 2024 debut? You hear John's sarcastic woo.
I would have enjoyed watching him rehab in July, maybe. So he was ready to go for the season.
I am fired up, John. Now, no, I am not excusing him of everything that has happened. I did not want him to play in the Olympics. As big of an Embiid fan as I am, I did not want him to play in it.
And you are not making that up now.
And look, I'm a Joel Embiid Sixers fan, right? Like, go USA. All right, they would have won goal without him, except for that Serbia game.
They would have won. They would have won.
No.
Yeah, they would have won gold medal. Yeah, exactly.
But I'm a Joel Embiid Sixers fan, and the fact that he missed time this year because of the Olympics thing did piss me off. But he's back tonight.
This entire season is affected by because do you know he's healthy?
I don't know. We'll see.
Well, then no. But you see, he could have been. He could have spent this whole off season being ready to be healthy for the team that pays the bills. For the reason that he's living a life of luxury.
Well, I'll see tonight. I'll see how hampered he is.
Oh no! I don't want to hear about hampered. I don't want to hear about hampered.
No, he's ramped up. He's ramped up, John.
If they tell me he's on a minutes limit tonight, I'm going to be pissed off. You know your minutes limit? It should have been in the summertime. When you should have been, you take care of them. You know what Jalen Hurts always says? That line that drives me. Keep the main thing the main thing. The thing that pays you $50 million a year. Keep that the main thing. Before you do any side hustle, before you do anything else, make sure you don't affect the main thing. And when the main thing is affected because of your side pursuits that you want, especially when you haven't been able to deliver on the promise of why you were brought here and why you were paid what you're paid, it was a dumb decision.
Okay, but that's not really kind of why. I don't know that Andrew and I disagree with you to the point that you may think we do.
And I don't think either one of you do. To that point,
I understand where you're coming from, but here's my point. Imagine this is a relationship, and you and your girlfriend got in a huge fight, and you're very upset with her.
That used to happen.
Guess what? Tonight at 7:30, it's makeup sex, and then afterwards, you might still be mad at her. But for 7:30 until whatever that game's over,
for you 7:32,
I'm gonna enjoy that.
Well, as long as the sex is good.
And then if it's not, well, we'll get back into the fight after. But I'm going to be excited for the makeup, and I'm going to put all that other stuff out of my mind.
All right. Let's hear from the people, 610-632-0975.
I feel like there's role reversal on the show today.
I know. It's weird.
It really is weird.
And in a few minutes, I'm going to read you a quote from Saquon Barkley, who I respect the hell out of.
Oh, there's a butt coming.
But I did not like what he had to say.
Ooh.
What do we got, Connor?
All right, so we have a check-in here on the Eagles conversation, and this is interesting from Jim from Souderton. He says, if you're going to call the Bucs a potential playoff team, You have to also call the Bengals one. They have the same record, and the Bengals have Burrow and can still make it. They're 2 plays away from being 2-0 versus the Ravens. Played them tight both times. And a bad pass interference call from beating the Chiefs.
So
that's fair, I guess.
Thanks for Jim. Great. It's been a while since I've seen you. The only reason why I did not include the Bengals, and look, I give a lot of credit for the Eagles on how they played Cincinnati, like a ton of credit.
I give the defense a ton of credit.
Here's why and the Eagles' offense, 37 points. The Bengals are 4-6. They're 3 back in their division.
The Bengals defense though is horrendous.
It is. The Buccaneers are 2 back in their division and are still in the hunt for the wild card, as are the Bengals. But there's a reason why I picked Bucks and didn't add the Bengals. If you want to add the Bengals, then fine.
Quality of opponent,
they are
it's
2-2.
arguable.
They are 2-2 then.
Yeah, chance to make the playoffs.
And by the way,
questionable.
And then the Commanders, they also won. They also put up 38 at Cincinnati.
Right. All right, let's get to a couple calls here. Let's go to Rick in North Jersey. What's up, Rick? Ricky, sorry.
Good morning,
hello,
gentlemen.
Ricky.
Hi, Ricky.
Good morning, gentlemen. Let me start off by saying you guys deserve your flowers. You know, people like yourselves you educate people like listeners and fans like myself because you tell the truth, and I really appreciate that, and I know all the listeners appreciate that. So
well, not all the listeners, but we appreciate the kind words, Ricky.
Listen, because they're not smart. They're as smart as a bag of hammers, and you can use that comment. Okay. Number 2, listen. The opponents are the opponents. They're NFL teams, and I understand they're going to say the Giants and the Jaguars, but you know what? Look at the teams they have played, and they have come close to winning games. I just think that and John, I'm going to give you your flowers here. Yes, Nick Sirianni is a problem. Yes, he is. And I know Pat McAfee said, but we would like a guy like that. No, you don't. Because if you did, if we didn't have a guy like that and you have a guy who has football knowledge of when to do things, we probably would have went to the Super Bowl last year.
Yes.
Okay. And then this year, our record, yes, it's 7-2, but we might be, 8-1.
They said, you know what's another thing, Ricky? In another part of the clip.
And thanks for the call, man.
He says, I guess they're giving all the credit to the coordinators. Yes, we are, Pat.
Yeah.
Yes, we are, Pat. We are. And he goes, who hired those coordinators? I guess Nick Sirianni didn't hire the coordinators.
I don't think he did.
Hey, Pat.
I'm happy to take responsibility for all of that.
Yeah.
Pat, Nick Sirianni did not hire the coordinators.
Yeah.
Now, maybe that did not go. Maybe that has not reached Indiana yet. Nick Sirianni, if you think that Nick Sirianni was the guy who reached out and told Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman and said, hey, guys, I'll be hiring these coordinators. I'm bringing these guys in. That's a load of crap.
Well, a former coworker of his, Diana Rossini, she's now with
literally
The
said
Athletic.
that Howie did it.
She reported that it was Howie Roseman who hired these coordinators, and it was not Nick Sirianni. All right, I want to read this quote for you guys. It's something I don't like reading, even though maybe it's accurate, and I imagine it's accurate from his point of view. So Saquon Barkley, who I respect, not just because of the talent, but
you're setting up a big butt here.
Also the leadership and everything that's coming to play. So thanks to our man Jeff Kerr for doing this article on CBS. I did not see Saquon speaking, but this was from the Eagles transcript from this weekend. He was asked about the Eagles' 5-game winning streak in comparison to the first 4 weeks of the season. And this is what Saquon had to say, quote, I wouldn't say it was rocky. I think you guys made it seem rocky. No offense, you guys are doing your job, but panic outside the locker room was from outside the locker room. It wasn't in here. We had no panic. Now let's start there. Great. I love that.
We're glad to hear that.
Inside the locker room, not panic. I kind of always hate you guys, the media, blah, blah, blah. Like, we're the reason why Sean Desai got fired. And Brandon
Graham's still sticking with that?
Yeah, like I thought that was kind of ridiculous.
Well, it's not the same thing. I mean, like pointing to the outside perspective versus the inside perspective is fair.
Like
in that instance, it was not.
No, but there still is a pointing of a finger like, you guys don't know like we know.
Right. Well,
which is ridiculous, like with Sean Desai last year.
Exactly. In that instance, it's not okay. But in some instances, it is.
So he continues. And this is the part I didn't like. We kind of treated it like preseason games, to be honest. Hold on, I'm not
You're kidding
done.
me.
That was kind of the mindset. We were like, all right, we're done with the preseason. Now let's go get things shaking.
Are you kidding me?
We had the chemistry when we were 2-2. Just stuff happened. We were banged up, which is true. We weren't playing our best ball. It was all a new system. There's all the excuses we could have had in the world. We're not going to make them.
No, he just did.
You just did calling him.
You just did. He just did. He talked about the banged up, talked about the a new system. So he says, we're not making excuses. No, Saquon, you are. That's exactly what you just did. And seriously, he said it.
Yeah.
He spoke it.
This is a quote from Saquon Barkley.
I absolutely respect a guy who speaks his truth.
Yeah. I just don't like hearing it
Are you
because
kidding me? They took it like preseason?
Yeah.
This is the worst nightmare. That's the worst nightmare, that they approach it like this. That's terrible.
Now,
your worst nightmare sounds like a pretty good dream to me.
No, because right now the best thing is you lost a game you shouldn't have lost.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what it comes down to. Like, what
you look completely unprepared in a few others.
And I know there's some people listening going, oh, well, they've won 5 straight. They're evil media. They're trying to find something to be upset about.
No, we're not.
If the Eagles miss out on the 1 seed by a game, like let's say they would have had the tiebreaker had they been tied with the Lions. Or they tied with the Lions, they don't have the tiebreaker, but an extra win would have made them the 1 seed. Or the 2 seed. What if they finish as the 3 seed and now they don't have home field advantage, right? Until the NFC Championship game. Then do we look back at that quote and say, oh, man, like, damn, I wish you guys went 3-1 instead of 2-2?
Yes. Right now you would be tied right now with the Detroit Lions for the best record in the conference. With the Lions with a harder path. But you took it like preseason? Did the Lions address the beginning of the year like preseason? Or did they come out kicking ass and taking names? Looking to stop people? Coming off the disappointment of last year's NFC title game?
Yeah, they did that. And the problem, like...
Come on!
I hear fans
that
always
drives
say...
me nuts.
Fans always say, and radio hosts say, the first 4 weeks is the continuation of the preseason. You know how we say the term trap game is more radio and... fans, and it has nothing to, like, the locker room doesn't say that crap.
And they don't.
The locker room should not say, we handle the first 4 games of the season as if it's the continuation of the preseason.
Now, again, though, I'll applaud Saquon for not giving us, like, coach speak.
No.
If it's the truth.
He was honest.
And he's being honest, I'm not going to rip him for being honest.
I just don't like that that's
the approach
case.
from the team. That they think they're good enough to just say, we can worry about certain games when we worry about them.
Considering with what happened last year.
That's incredible.
And by the way, they were 4 NFC games. Like, it's not like they played.
That's bad, man.
Let's say these last 5 weeks was your first 4 games, right? You played these lower level opponents and a couple AFC games. Still don't agree with you, but that's one thing. These are 4 NFC games. You now have 2 losses in your conference standings because of you handling these games as a preseason.
Well, I honestly don't think now, and I think you were the same way as I was. The only thing I won't say is you got 2 losses because I expected them to have 1.
I expected them to have 1.
So, I mean, I'm going to say it as it goes back to like that Atlanta game not being at your best, not being hitting on all cylinders, that they couldn't distance themselves when the defense was balling out.
Yeah. Now, this is hard for me because I love Saquon.
No, we do.
He's been their best player offensively, and he is a great leader, and all these things are fantastic. But when I read a quote...
No, you're not ripping Saquon for this.
I'm ripping the team.
You're ripping the team approach. Saquon just spoke it into existence.
We kind of treated it like the preseason games, to be honest. That was kind of the mindset. We were like, all right, we're done with the preseason now. Let's go get things shaking.
That is so bad. That's so bad.
Now, I know we are going to be evil people for saying that's bad because there's going to be people that celebrate it because there are people that want it to be that way. Use the first 4 weeks as the continuation of the preseason. When you hear that clip or that quote that I read for you, what's your reaction? We'd love to hear from you on it, 610-632-0975. So we get to your texts and your calls coming up next. Also, an eye-popping number or numbers on the snap count from this past game. Hear who played and who didn't. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Fanatic on a Tuesday morning. 2 days until Eagles Commanders. I can't wait for it. For those of you who do the whole wait until they play somebody of note. Well, this is a game of note. So how much stock are you going to put into this Thursday night matchup against the Commanders, who are right behind you in division? You can climb on the text line and the phone line, 610-632-0975. We're trying to gauge your excitement level for the Sixers game tonight as Joel Embiid makes his 2024 season debut. And we just opened up the latest talking point. Saquon Barkley, who we all love, okay? This is not a shot at Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley spoke after the game Sunday against the Cowboys. And he was asked about what's kind of transpired post-bye, because post-bye they're 5-0. Pre-bye they were 2-2. And he said, quote, "We kind of treated it like the preseason games, to be honest." That was kind of the mindset. We were like, all right, we're done with the preseason. Now let's go get things shaking. Now, look, they have turned the season around post-bye week. And I still believe the bye week was literally the best thing that happened for this football team. But I don't necessarily like hearing that they are admitting that they took those first 4 games, I'll say lightly.
That's not what they're doing. And
okay, what do you mean?
Are they deflecting?
we got like 10 texts in a row saying we're completely misinterpreting this quote.
Okay, what do we got?
Looking back on it, they treated it like, hey, that was our ramp up. They didn't go into those games saying, hey, this is preseason. But when they hit the bye and they had 4 weeks behind them, they said, okay, that was our ramp up. It's time to get rolling. It's not that they approached it with
I thought he says
kind
his
of
mentality.
We kind of treated it like the preseason games, to be honest. That was kind of the mindset.
That is the mindset.
He's not saying during those games. He's saying after those games. How
are you getting that?
No.
How are you guys not getting
No.
that? Every text we've gotten on this is saying exactly that.
No.
We've had like 10 of them in the past 5 minutes.
If he said looking back
If
at
he
it,
said looking back,
he didn't say
that's
that.
how
he
we
also didn't say during.
That's how it's exactly the
we kind of treated it like preseason games, to be honest. That was kind of the mindset.
Yes.
That's speaking in the present about what they were thinking at the time, not the thinking after the fact.
He doesn't clarify. So what's more likely that they treated
Whoa, now you're spinning it. Now you're saying you're trying to interpret. You guys
are also trying to interpret.
No, Connor, because if you read it as he said it, he's saying they treated it like preseason.
Well, we're going to get calls and texts all day explaining the same thing I just explained.
Fine. They treated pre-bye week like it was preseason, like it was a ramp-up period, like it was. What other things did he say about new system?
Yeah, new system.
So they were doing the ramp-up of the system. In other words, when they didn't play in preseason games when they could, they didn't use those games because it's Camp Sirianni. They decide then to use the first 4 games that way. He's not speaking of it retrospectively.
No.
He's speaking right there.
And look, again, we're not disagreeing with the fact that they did shake things up after the bye week.
Well, we've seen that.
We've seen it. And that's why they're 5-0 since the bye week. Like, we're celebrating how good the Eagles have looked. I just don't necessarily like hearing
that mindset.
That mindset. And don't give me the whole, oh, no, he's talking about that now because of how they play. No. How many of those texters that texted in, I would like for them to follow up, did they say, oh, don't worry about the first 4 weeks of the season. It's basically a continuation of the preseason. We hear that every year.
Okay.
And so
that is, Connor, I think, respectfully, that is people trying to spin a quote into it backs my assessment of what I think they did more than it is this is what he said. Just going by what he said, it's as if the first 4 games, we knew we had the bye week. It was going to be a ramp-up period. We're getting our feet wet. We're getting down system. And then after the bye week, we take off.
John, that's not what he said, though. That is also an interpretation.
Why don't we play it, get the quote again, read the quote again?
All right, I will read the quote again. I'll read the whole thing.
Because it's not, ours doesn't require interpretation.
Yes, it does.
I wouldn't say it was rocky. I think you guys made it seem rocky. No offense, you guys are doing your job, but panic outside the locker room was from outside the locker room. It wasn't here. We had no panic. We kind of treated it like the preseason games, to be honest. That was kind of the mindset. We were like, all right, we're done with the preseason. Now let's go get things shaking. We had the chemistry when we were 2-2. Just stuff happened. We were banged up. We weren't playing our best ball. It was all a new system. There's all the excuses we could have in the world. We're not going to make them.
Bottom line, he says it. He explains the first 4-game mindset. He doesn't explain it like, well, after the fact, this is what I think.
He
tells you what it is.
He says right after that, now the preseason is over.
Yes,
saying they had that mentality when those 4 games were over.
And not when the 4 games were over. He said, again, what does he say? He doesn't say. You're making it something that he didn't say.
Well, okay.
I guess we're just going to I hate saying the agree to disagree.
Yes.
Because if we're just going to do the rest of the show trying to interpret what Saquon Barkley said, I don't agree with what the texters are saying.
No.
Am I making this a federal case? No. But if they lose the 1 seed by a game,
yes,
I'm going to point back to this quote because I believe he's saying that the first 4 weeks they took it with that mindset. If you don't believe that that's what he's saying, then we just won't agree with this conversation, and it's done.
He's telling us what the mindset was. Whether it's after the fact or not, he's telling us what the mindset was.
Yeah.
That's bottom line.
Yeah, that's all right.
That's a shame.
Look, not everybody
has
the great degree from Temple University.
That's the truth.
Speaking of, today's a big day, man. It is Big 5 Spirit Day.
It is.
Which is why you and I are both rocking our Temple gear. This is the official kickoff of college basketball season in Philadelphia. All of Philly is invited to show their Big 5 pride to kick off. It starts today. We got some big games. Nova at St. Joe's at 5 o'clock. We know at least one person in this building is excited for that. And then we got Drexel at Temple tonight at 7. So I get to watch Temple hoops for the first 30 minutes leading up to Sixers-Knicks. And this is a battle of the Salciunas household because my sister is a Drexel Dragon.
Well, we don't like her.
Yeah. And we don't care.
We don't like her.
Temple battles Drexel tonight at 7. This all sets up the Toyota Men's Big 5 Classic triple header, which will be held on Saturday, December 7th, my father's birthday. That's where the Big 5 champion will be crowned. Fans can get tickets at big5classic.com. I went last year, and, dude, it was awesome.
I didn't get to go last year. I was sick still, but that's good.
It was year 1. I hope this continues to grow. I'm glad that they didn't stop after year 1 because you know how a lot of things happen. They don't get the turnout that they expected, so they stop after 1 year. It was great. I went for the second half of the first game, which was Nova Drexel. Drexel won that game. Then I was there for the entire Penn LaSalle game, which went into overtime. And then I was there for the championship game, which was St. Joe's and Temple. And unfortunately, Temple lost. But I was there for 2.5 basketball games.
You loved it.
You buy one ticket, you're there all day. I had so much fun at this. My dad and I just watched basketball for like 8 to 10 hours.
Okay, that's great.
So check out big5classic.com and rock your Big 5 pride, depending on which school you went to. Specifically went to.
Yes.
Not
if you
like
went
Brendan
to
Gunn.
a school, or if you didn't go to one of the schools and you want to adopt one, you can do that.
Yes, you can. But if you went to a school,
alumni, you can be Walmart alumni for one of those schools if you'd like.
Oh, so that's okay if it's for Temple, but
No, you can't. If you go to a school, you can't switch your school.
no, you
allegiance.
can't switch your school.
That's
Violation.
Now, if you're going to argue this morning, you are just in one of your moods.
I'm just messing
Looking to
with you.
argue.
Put Washington College in the Big 5, then we'll have a
No,
talk.
we won't do that, even though we added Drexel.
All right, real quick before we get to the phones, I just wanted because I don't want to not give you guys the tease. So Jalix Hunt played 42% of the snaps on Sunday against the Cowboys, and in case you guys were wondering, no, it was not in garbage time. He played a lot of it in the first half. Bryce Huff played 20. He played 12 total snaps. Jalix Hunt, your third-round pick, played 25
We got to ask Andrew DeCecco about this on Thursday.
because he was a big Jalix Hunt guy.
And I didn't recognize that it was that much, but the after effect, you're like, wow.
Yeah, so Vic Fangio is finding other guys that he feels more confident in. Let's go to Jeff in D.C. He wants to talk about the Saquon quote. We'll end it at this because apparently we're not on the same page. Let's hear what Jeff has to say.
What's up, Jeff?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Ben.
So I actually agree with both of you. When I read that quote, I thought the same thing.
Oh, well, then we can keep on
Because
talking about it.
I was thinking the same thing because I was thinking that all year. Like they're sleepwalking, not sleepwalking, but they're treating these games like preseason games. And the problem is, of course, because they don't play in the preseason, they have to have a preseason of some sort. That's just how it is. And for him, when he said that, it made sense to me. I was like, yeah, that's probably true. You know, and it's unfortunate that, like you said, if that costs us the number 1 seed, then that's That's not a good look for Nick Sirianni. But I mean, at the same time, you know, and I get what Pat McAfee's saying about us crushing Sirianni, even though he's 7-2 and all that stuff. But the bottom line is, the guy, he frustrates me.
Yeah, but I didn't hear him make one point, Jeff, to back up why Sirianni shouldn't be critiqued. He didn't bring up anything to me that says he didn't bring up why we were ripping him.
Yeah.
You know, the daycare center at the press conference. The stupid decisions that were made in the Jacksonville game
yelling
that
at
almost
fans.
cost them.
Thanks for the
getting
call,
into
Jeff.
fights with fans. He conveniently forgot all the reasons why he was doing that.
Well, it's his show, and he's gonna stick by what he believes. All right, so look, if we can continue talking about the Saquon thing if we want.
I put a text into Jeff Kerr because he's there for it.
Yeah, he is.
And by the way, Jeff knows Saquon well.
Yeah, and look again.
I'm gonna
ripping Saquon.
I'm gonna see if we can ask one question of Jeff Kerr. He was there.
And Jeff McLane, too.
How did he take it?
Jeff McLane joins us coming up at 8:10,
How did he take the quote?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, you can climb in 610-632-0975. We continue all our talking points. Also, John gave us an incredible stat this morning before the show that I couldn't wait to save till later on the show today. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
The two most important entities coming into this season were the head coach and the quarterback. Both were judged harshly, and they're still being judged harshly.
Talking football with Al Michaels.
A lot of folks there who want to live up to their reputation, who, you know,
McLane joins us at 8:10 as he does every single Tuesday. We have our second opinion segment coming up at 8:30. And then, of course, we also have Amy Fadool for the entire 9 o'clock hour today. I love that.
So I asked Jeff Kerr.
Okay.
Because I know we have Jeff McLane coming up. How did you take that Saquon quote? Do you believe, I'm just telling you how I phrased it. Do you believe he was saying we took the first 4 games as preseason? He said, I think most teams take the first month as the extra ramp-up period. They try to win those games, but the first month, they definitely were figuring things out.
Okay, and I know that is the case,
mentality.
and I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
So,
and that is, but it means it backs the standing right there. He says that's exactly what Saquon was saying.
Yeah,
he wasn't saying after the fact that they take it as a ramp-up period, but also, as Jeff Kerr points out, he thinks most teams.
I know.
Look at it that way,
and I don't have to agree with what most teams believe in. Just like basketball, it's 3-3-3-3-3-3-3-3-3. I don't necessarily agree with it if you don't have good three-point shooters. Like, there are people that will hear that quote from Saquon, interpret it their own way for whatever reason. But there are people that are going to read that quote and say, so what? That's a non-story. All teams do that. I don't have to agree with all teams.
No,
I don't. And I don't like coming off of a collapse that you saw last year that was the mindset. Now, I'm very happy with how it's played out since, right? They're 7-2. They've won 5 straight. Maybe it was best practice for them, but I don't think it's necessarily always best practice for every team. Fair?
That's fair.
We're on the same page
No, it's
here?
very fair. But it's Saquon was saying that it was preseason. The approach.
That's how
ramp up.
That's how I took it.
Ramp up.
One more question. So you think the Philadelphia Eagles went into 4 NFC conference matchups to start their season, treating them as preseason games?
No, they're working things out, getting ramped up because they didn't do it in the preseason.
They didn't empty the whole playbook.
They learned.
And all
They keep
that
evolving, keep learning stuff as it went along.
Gotcha.
I'm not saying that they went into it saying
it doesn't matter.
If we do, we do. We don't, we don't. Just like Andy McPhail once said.
Yes.
I'm not
Why
saying
do you have to bring up Andy McPhail? I forgot about it.
I'm not saying they did that. I'm just telling you they are straight up saying, yeah, we didn't maybe use.
They didn't empty the.
I mean, look at how the offense has changed. Like the first 4 weeks was the same offense as last year, and that's part of the reason why they struggled so much.
We could have had that offense week 1, but they refused to take preseason as they just count. They don't care.
And so, look, people interpret the quote certain ways, whatever. Bottom line is, if it is the case in which the way John and I, and now Jeff Kerr confirming, took it, that they took the first 4 weeks as the continuation of the preseason, which is what we all said leading up to the season.
Right.
That's what pretty much the first 4 weeks of the season are anyway. It's the continuation of the preseason. I just don't agree with that mindset. I don't agree with that mentality. I don't think that's a best practice because every game freaking matters in the NFL. And when you're 1 game back, I know it's just 1 game back of the Lions, but you're 1 game back. What if you remain 1 game back and you don't get the 1 seed and then you have to go to Detroit? And what if you lose in Detroit, but you could have won at home?
Yeah, I got you. And then you look at the Lions, and they started Nate Sudfeld in their preseason games. Like, Jared Goff didn't play. And I know they're a team that's more put together, and they kept the same guys, and the Eagles had changes.
They have the same system.
I got you. But
next year, if you had the same coordinators and everything like that, we have a totally different approach if he starts the season.
Totally got you guys. But how many years are we going to see good football teams with good win records not play in the preseason and get to a point where it reminds me of the Kyle Schwarber leadoff argument? There are plenty of reasons why people say, well, he's not a typical leadoff hitter.
Right.
And I get that. But at some point, we're just going to have to bury this argument.
No, I got you. Now, I can also say the Chiefs are a dynasty, and
they play starters in the preseason.
Yeah, and I don't think that they took the first 4 weeks as a continuation of the preseason.
And I don't think they're winning because they played in the preseason. I think they're winning because they have Patrick freaking Mahomes.
This isn't the preseason should they do, should they not do discussion. This is straight up Saquon Barkley telling us that they had that mindset during the first 4 weeks of the regular season.
I don't want to miss giving you this stat.
Oh, yeah, please. Guys, I know that we're now probably enemies because of the last 25 minutes of today's show. John gave me a stat before the show that I was amazed when I heard it.
How about who's the best cornerback in football?
Well,
if I said to you, who's the best cornerback in football, do you believe?
My first thought is Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, I think that would be the answer that would come from most GMs, most coaches.
To let people know, we did say that off the air before the show started.
All right. There are 2 corners in football in their last 5 games that have given up less than 100 yards receiving. Patrick Surtain and Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell in 5 starts, 9 receptions for 89 yards.
That's
5 games. He's given up 89 yards.
And
it's ridiculous. He is absolutely special.
And I would like to point this out, something that we didn't talk about before the show. So this is the last 5 games.
Last 5 games, so since the bye week, Quinyon Mitchell has given up 89 yards.
What's the Eagles' record in the last 5 games?
5-0, baby.
Yep.
That means they were winning games, right?
That's true.
That means teams had to throw.
Yep.
The Broncos played the Chargers, in which they lost. They beat the Saints and Panthers. They lost 41-10 to the Broncos. How much were the Ravens How much were the Ravens throwing in that second half of that game?
That game was totally throwing.
What I'm saying, no, but then the second half they started running the football.
Exactly.
Henry.
Like, the point I'm trying to make is, I'm not trying to take anything away from Patrick Surtain, but there were games where the opposing team just started running the clock out.
Yes.
The Eagles had the lead in all 5 of these games. Quinyon Mitchell had to defend the pass pretty much the entirety of all 5 of those games. That makes it even more impressive.
Incredible.
Dude, this kid's a stud. All right, coming up next, it is today's headlines with Connor Thomas at 8:05. We'll sneak in a couple texts and calls before that. And then our man, Jeff McLane, joins us at 8:10. We'll ask him about what Saquon Barkley had to say. And, of course, the Eagles' 5-game winning streak. A lot to come in the 8 o'clock hour. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The big man is back.
It is 8 o'clock on this Tuesday morning. Jeff McLane joins us in 10 minutes. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up at 8:05. By the way, big shout out to our friends at Primo's. Oh, my God, dude.
Fantastic stuff.
That's why I'm struggling trying to get my words out. My mouth is still salivating from the Primo hoagie that I just devoured in about 4 minutes.
You didn't eat a whole hoagie. Just let people know. You're not.
You're right. I did half.
You did a half.
I did
okay, so
the two slices because they
okay,
gave
I
us
did
the
one
Primo
slice.
tray.
I have another one waiting here. Can't wait.
So Thursday night, we have Thursday night football, Johnny. Nobody wants to cook on Thursday night.
No.
Plus, I do the pregame show, so I'm not going to have time. I do the majority of the cooking at the house. So
see, I have dinner with DeCecco and Kerr.
That's right.
In the press, but Jeffrey Lurie pays that.
But if you're at your house and you're going, man, I just worked all day. I just want to be ready for the Eagles game. How about you get a little Primo Hoagies for the Thursday night action?
It's a great idea.
Thanks to Primo Hoagies for dropping off hoagies today to celebrate their Customer Appreciation Day. Primo Rewards members can enjoy $6.99 Primo-size Italian, turkey and cheese, and ham and cheese hoagies all day. Just visit PrimoHoagies.com for a location near you. And again, so today is Customer Appreciation Day. Thursday is Thursday Night Football. Or Sunday, I know I have the family coming over because I don't have to work Sunday. So my mom and dad are driving up. Grandma and grandpa, they're going to hang out with Cooper.
So is that what you call them, grandma and grandpa?
No, it's Chutti and Tivukas, but, they will save that for another day.
Chutti and Tukas.
Tivukas.
Tivukas.
They'll be coming up. So maybe that could be something to do during the 1 o'clock slate of games. Get a Primo hoagie tray.
That'd be great.
So many good things.
And they're going to be babysitting.
Yeah, dude, I'm not doing
Because Cooper will be hanging with grandma and grandpa.
I'm just going to be chugging beers on Sunday. So thanks to Primos for dropping off some food today. Delicious. That's a good quality breakfast to have. A nice turkey hoagie.
They don't consider it breakfast, but we do.
Yeah.
When you get up at 4 a.m, you certainly do. We're having it like if you were getting up like someone who gets up at 7. We were having that at 11 in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. That was my.
We're going to justify eating anything that we want, especially something as great as a.
That's
Primo.
how I justify the beers at 10 a.m.
Yeah, listen, man, been there.
They usually blame them on me.
That's
on
true.
working with me.
Hey, listen.
There you go.
By the way, we have Jeff McLane come up at 8:10. Today's headlines at 8:05. We did this yesterday. Apologize that I did not promote it earlier. Know the show for the entire hour. This is what we did yesterday for the pair of lower-level Flyers tickets,
which is
for
great.
the Wednesday night game, Wednesday, November 20th, so 8 days from today, against the Hurricanes. Get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. Lower-level, beautiful seats. I've sat in these seats before.
I freaking hate the Hurricanes, too.
And
hate them.
And look, we already gave away a pair to the game yesterday, so I imagine you're going to be sitting near fellow listeners, fellow winners of this contest. So throughout the 8 o'clock hour, listen closely. At the end of the hour, around 8:47, 8:50, we will ask a question based off of this hour. Know the show. A winner will get a pair of tickets for the Flyers-Canes game next Wednesday.
Wait a minute. I got a text here on the text line.
What do we got?
It's from Johnny T. in Voorhees. You can all shut the hell up. I don't know. You think that was Tortorella laughing last night? Oh, they benched Mishkov. They're going to lose Mishkov. He's going to be just tortured. For God's sakes, you screaming hyenas.
Yeah, I still don't.
I mean, he just goes out there and it's, again, if you understand international hockey from Russia, nothing that John Tortorella does is tough coaching. Is going to make Matvei Mishkov blink. They literally sent a player to a prisoner work camp over there from their hockey program. John Tortorella being mean is going to get Mishkov on out.
Yeah, I didn't.
So stupid.
I didn't really understand the outrage. It's going to be 0.1% of his NHL career.
For God's sakes! And by the way, he came back focused last night, and he had his first 5-on-5 goal ever.
Yep, and they won,
which is great.
Go Flyers!
Beautiful.
All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What do we got? Connor.
Hey,
great intro.
What's the problem? Were you in the middle of eating?
I was in between of saying what do we got or what do we got, Connor, and I kind of just my brain froze.
Well, we have a lot of good stuff on headlines per usual, and we're starting down in Dallas.
Wow.
Per usual.
Per
Yeah, I'm
usual.
feeling myself a little bit
Hockey,
today.
yes.
Anyway, down in Dallas, I know you guys have seen this because it was sent in our group text that we have yesterday, and I wanted to make sure that we got to this. Because Mike McCarthy, like all coaches around the NFL, did his day after press conference yesterday. The problem is, in the Cowboys media availability room at their complex, well, it was a little sunny. So you know what they did?
No.
They put up a shade to block the sun from their coach's eyes when they wouldn't from the players' eyes in the actual damn game.
Yeah, when I saw that photo, it's pure comedy.
The jokes write themselves.
Yeah, seriously, I don't think that you could have seen this in a skit in Curb. Seriously, this was pure comedy. Their players, CeeDee Lamb was adamant about the sun glare being a problem on Sunday and during the day after press conference. And it wasn't they pulled the shades down. They found something to stand up to block the shade for Mike McCarthy. So it's not like they were in some sort of room where they could push a button and the shades came down.
Which, by the way, I do not understand with that billion-dollar stadium.
Multi-billion-dollar stadium.
You don't have that.
And they just had some sort of thing on a stand, almost like a tripod, with this big shade that I imagine professional photographers would use to block the sun from going in Mike McCarthy's eyes. It's pure comedy.
Yeah, the Cowboys are 0-1 against the Eagles this year, but at least now they are 1-1 against the sun.
Good for them.
Now, speaking of records, if you are a friend of someone who lives or roots for a football team in the state of Florida, check in on your friends this weekend.
Dude, I heard this leading up to the game.
Yes. So, if you're unaware, Florida football teams this week at the FCS, FBS, and NFL level, heading into Monday Night Football last night, were 0-11.
Oh, my God.
Yes. Bethune-Cookman, Florida A&M, Stetson, Florida Atlantic, South Florida, UCF, Florida State, Florida, Miami, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had all lost this weekend.
I was rooting Rams last night.
You should have been. But the Dolphins found a victory. They are the only team in the entire state of Florida at those levels to win a game this weekend.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
What are the chances of that, right?
No, that's amazing. Look, if you bet that parlay on your BetParks app or your app of choice, wow.
Well, it just happened the Equinox Day. New York lost every game.
Yeah, but that was what? Just Yankees, Knicks, Mets?
Yankees?
Or no?
Yankees, Knicks, Mets, Rangers,
and by the way,
Islanders.
Yankees World Series.
Oh, then it couldn't have been the Mets, too, because they would have been playing.
So it was Yankees World Series, both hockey teams.
It was Jets or Giants. It was
whoever played on the Equinox Day, yeah.
Okay, that is something. We might need to start putting together anti-state parlays.
That's an interesting idea.
We lost 2 championships in 2 days.
We did.
We had it
don't
worse.
have to bring that up.
We've had it worse.
And by the way, Jim Curtin got screwed, but we can talk about that at a later time.
Agree.
Yeah, 100%. All right, let's round out with something we talked about earlier on in the program.
Our questions for you to start the show. Do you believe the Eagles' recent success is because of them, or is it because of the teams that they've played?
I mean, it's absolutely them. I don't know how people can look at the teams that they played and say they're 20 points worse than other NFL football teams. Those teams have played tight games against other teams. It's not like the Giants are losing to every team by 40. It's not like the Bengals are losing to every team by 40. It's not like you're looking at teams like that. The Cowboys are losing. Well, the Cowboys are kind of losing to every team by 40, but strike that from the record. It's just so clear when you look at the other teams' performances and then how they played against the Eagles that this team has something rolling right now. It's not the best competition, but anyone who doesn't see that, I think, is crazy.
And our man Colin Berger brought this up. He tweeted this in.
I'm not familiar with his work.
He did not tag you, Johnny.
Well, then that's why I'm not familiar with his work.
I go way back with Colin now.
Okay.
He tweeted us the 2017, as you pointed out, the 2017 schedule. So, you know the division games. Of course, you know that they lost to the Chiefs, but they beat the Chargers, who finished 9-7. The Cardinals 8-8. The Niners were 6-10. The Broncos were 5-11. That was the 50-point game, by the way.
And everybody tried to make it seem like that team
wasn't beating anybody.
Right, exactly.
Last place schedule or whatever place they ended up finishing in the previous year. No, I mean, they beat the teams who are there in front of them, and they beat the doors off of some of these teams. They beat the Cowboys 37-9. They beat the Bears 31-3. They beat the
Denver
Broncos
game was wild.
51-23.
That was the most wild day.
And if you look over the last 5 weeks, except for the Browns game, yeah, the opponents haven't been great, but they have beaten them up. And I still say they beat up the Jags if it wasn't for some decisions made by the head coach.
Correct.
All right, good job, Connor. Let's head to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. This man does an incredible job covering the Eagles for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com. You got to check out his podcast, Uncovering the Birds. That, of course, is Jeff McLane. Jeffrey, good morning. How are we today?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We are doing great. The Eagles coming off of a beatdown of the Cowboys, 34-6. Obviously, short week with the Commanders on Thursday. But, Jeff, what was that locker room like Sunday after beating up a divisional opponent? I know it was Cooper Rush and Trey Lance, but it was still the Dallas Cowboys. What were they like Sunday?
Yeah, it had been the first time that the Eagles had won at AT&T Stadium since 2017. That's 6 straight losses. And, while there's a lot of players that weren't on all those losing teams, there were some, like Lane Johnson, who had talked about it and said he had suffered some pretty bad beatdowns there in Arlington, and was happy to finally get one and to do so convincingly. I saw, I guess, on social media some of the pictures the Eagles sent out of kind of looking joyous celebrations. So we don't necessarily get that. They kind of like, hey, the media's coming in. No celebrations. Let's keep it tight. And for the most part, I think the players were respectful of their opponent, but you sensed that it was something that they want to exercise, winning down there finally. But there was also a bunch of players that were looking ahead to the next game because of the short week and because of its importance.
Jeff, Saquon talked about the fact that it was sort of a launching off point after the bye week. And we've seen a team at 5-0 really coming into their own. Can you tell us about the season in 2 parts and what you've observed from behind the scenes and on the field?
Yeah, I think the question to him was like, it was a rocky start. And then he kind of said, well, no, we didn't think it was rocky. You guys did. And that's fair enough. I mean, he said we viewed that start as almost like a preseason. And as I told you guys heading into the season, that I thought it was going to take a little while for this team to get started. You get two new coordinators and 2 new schemes, and you had a fair amount of players new players on the defensive side of the ball, some young players. So it was going to take a little while. And then if you looked at the schedule, it has kind of played out very much to their benefit. But that bye week came at an opportune time for them to really look, and we've talked about this already, about both sides of the ball defensively. They tinkered with the personnel in terms of its usage, and it was a time to get Cooper DeJean in there in the slot, which has improved the unit clearly. On the offensive side of the ball, there were definitely more changes that took place in terms of the scheme and shifting more to run-based offense, going back to more of what the Eagles had done under Nick Sirianni from 2021 and 23 in the run game, and what Jeff Stoutland brings to that unit. Riding obviously Saquon Barkley. So yeah, I mean that was definitely an important pivot point for the Eagles. All that said, their winning, closing winning percentage of the teams that they've beaten is like 36%, which is easily the lowest in the league. So you have to take that all into context when you're talking about this 5-game winning streak.
So to that point, we've been asking the audience today, do you think these last 5 games have been more so the Eagles, or do you think it has been the opponents? So I'd be curious to get your answer on that. Has the Eagles' success been because of them more so, or because of the opponents?
Well, I still think it's because of the Eagles. And they've won some of these games in convincing fashion, and I think it's almost like 1,000-yard differential between the Eagles and their opponents. So they're, for the most part, they're taking care of business. They haven't been like quote unquote ugly wins. I mean, I guess maybe against the Browns a little bit and the Jaguars, the way that played out late in that game. But for the most part, they've handled these teams, certainly the defensive side of the ball. I don't know how you could fault them for the ills of the opponents that they're playing. I mean, Cooper Rush was terrible, and Mike McCarthy was terrible in his play calling. But they only scored 6 points and never even reached the end zone. And I think 3 of those points came after the Jalen Hurts fumble down to the 6-yard line. So I mean, they did their job. They created 5 turnovers. Well, really 4. I guess the one was on Rush, but they're playing well, and they're doing it against teams that aren't great. But they won at the Bengals, which I thought was an impressive victory. And again, they handled these last 3 opponents pretty handily. And now we'll really see, because these next 5, I guess the next 5 opponents, and even if you put the Panthers in there, I think they have a winning percentage of close to 600. So we'll see how that goes.
Jeff, I know in the past you've written about it and talked about it on your podcast about, younger players and hitting a wall as they come into the NFL and they're adjusting to life in the NFL, that it can be a real thing. How much do you worry about that with this young defense showing such great strides that they will potentially hit a wall down the stretch?
I don't worry about as much with, with Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell because, cornerbacks, there isn't as much on them as there is the guys up front, and I think that was what maybe you saw last year with young guys like Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Nolan Smith. They wore down as the season progressed. And, while I am a little concerned about how much they're playing Jalen Carter, he's still a young guy. He hasn't shown any signs of letting up. There's more to it than just the physical part. There's the mental part. And, that could come in play later in the season. I think what I'd just be more concerned about is just the better competition that you're facing, right? The better receivers. Terry McLaurin, he's going to be a test for Quinyon Mitchell this Thursday night. He's one of the better underrated receivers in the league. The following week against the Rams, you got two good receivers, Paka Nakua and Cooper Kupp. And Cooper Kupp in the slot is as nifty as they come. We'll see how Cooper DeJean does in that matchup. So, and then on and on and on. So, that's really what you're going to see as the season plays out. Just the better competition, and in particular with these next 5 games.
Speaking of the young players on defense, we saw an increase in usage for Jalix Hunt on Sunday, and we saw more little usage of Bryce Huff. So should we expect to see more Jalix Hunt moving forward? And is this who Bryce Huff will be the remainder of the season?
I mean, that seems to be with the way things are trending. He does have this left wrist thing that could be playing a factor in why he's being used less. I spoke to him after the game. He kind of just said, he mentioned the hand as being a reason, but said there wasn't really much of an explanation. And this is to just take make the most of his opportunities. It seems that only like obvious passing downs is when they're putting him out there on the field. And for the most part, that's pretty much when he's shown that he can get to the quarterback, when he's just like, ears pinned back and rush the passer from a 4-point stance. He did to his credit get a strip sack, although it was kind of in late in the game. Jalix Hunt is a guy that the Eagles have liked. I've liked him since training camp. He's definitely showed some pop, and that was definitely you questioned that pick from someone coming from a small school and having moved from safety so late into his college career. But you saw it in camp. In fact, I think he's got a little more pop as an edge rusher than even Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith has played well this year. He's got a good motor. He's done very well at setting the edge against the run. But Jalix is got some pass rushing genes in him. And, when the Eagles did make a move at the trade deadline, one of the explanations I had received was that Jalix Hunt is someone that they feel like needs to play more. So to bring in another edge rusher would have deprived him of those snaps. And that's why we saw him out there on the field more. He had a couple good plays. I still feel like he's got to develop more. I don't know if he's going to be playing as much as he did. I think the reason why his snaps were higher than Graham's and Smith's was because, when they pulled a lot of the starters and the older guys, he played more late in the game. So I don't know if that's how it's going to play out over the course of the next, couple months, but you're definitely going to see more of Hunt out there.
Jeff, real quick, updates on Jordan Mailata for Thursday, and what about Darius Slay?
Yeah, so Mailata's 21-day window opened after he was on the IR for the hamstring. The fact that the Eagles list put out their injury report for Monday, which they didn't practice, but they had to make an estimation, and they estimated him as full. So that tells you that there's a really strong chance that he can be off IR and ready to play on Thursday night. I'm not saying that means he will, but it seems that signs are pointing that he'll be back. And Slay.
Yeah.
Slay, yeah, he was like in and out of the game, so it was like I don't think it was one of those things probably where they just kind of were able to do whatever they had to do to get him out there. But at some point, just they didn't really need him to play much more. But that's a short turnaround, and I'm sure I'm sure that ankle's really hurting him today. So we'll see. We'll see what happens when they actually practice today.
Nakobe Dean groin, nothing to worry about, or wasn't that listed?
He was fine. I spoke to him briefly after the game. He seemed fine. Didn't seem like he had to receive any additional treatment.
Okay, good.
I saw Landon Dickerson head to the X-ray room along with Darius Slay, but he wasn't on the injury report. So
great.
I think those are the main guys that you're concerned about whether they can turn around this short time.
Jeff, we appreciate it as
Thanks,
always,
Jeff.
man. Keep up the great work. Enjoy the short turnaround yourself, and then we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
There he's Jeff McLane on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. All right, coming up next, we do this every single Tuesday following a Sunday game. We're going to have to do this on Monday of next week. Our second opinion segment, something from the game that we probably did not talk about yesterday, or maybe we didn't spend much time on. So we do our second opinion segment next. Also, a head coach of a major program called a player of his an idiot.
And a friend of the Kincades he called an idiot, so he's in trouble.
We talk about that next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A quick turnaround for the Birds.
97.5 The Fanatic. About to do our second opinion segment, and later on this segment, a head coach of a major program called a player of his an idiot. But real quick, do you remember Russell Okun? He used to play in the NFL.
Yeah.
In 2020, I remember this being a big deal back in the day. He got a contract and had half the salary put into Bitcoin.
Oh, I remember that.
And look, cryptocurrency is still out of my mindset. I'm not messing around with that stuff yet. Okay, but he had half of his salary put into Bitcoin. The $6.5 million that was placed into Bitcoin is now worth $45 million.
At the moment.
At the moment. You don't always hear the great stories when it comes to cryptocurrency.
Right.
But that dude played that one correctly.
He did.
That's good for him, man. I just saw it pop on my timeline. All right, it is time now for our second opinion segment, which is our chance to talk about something from the game that we probably didn't spend too much time on, because if you think about it, sports talk radio is about the biggest storylines from the previous game, but little things that are a part of the game, a part of the story, may not have been discussed. Johnny, tell us a little bit about our fine sponsors of the second opinion segment.
Oh, they're the best. They're the consultants in medical oncology and hematology. They gave me my life back. CMOH.org. And Dr. Sprandio called me yesterday just on the final blood test and said, everything's clean, 1 year, and absolutely glory goes to God, but partial glory goes to CMOH.
Absolutely love it. Hit it, Connor.
You might not always agree with what you hear. Sometimes you need a second opinion. Brought to you by the consultants in medical oncology and hematology.
All right, this is very, very, very under the radar. Jalen Hurts, 14 completions, only 20 passing attempts. He didn't have to throw the ball all that much, but he spread the ball around a lot. A.J. Brown had the most catches with 5. The second most, Dallas Goedert had 2. Devontae Smith had 2. Anais Smith had 2, one of which was from Hurts. The other one was from Kenny Pickett.
A.J. only had 5.
Only had 5 catches for 109 yards. So I'm giving Jalen Hurts a lot of credit for spreading the football around a lot. And also, I know it was only 1 catch, but Jahan Dotson has now all of a sudden had a catch in each of the last couple of games. And look, looking back at the trade, has it been great for the Eagles? No, not at all. No. But it's good to see that he's starting to get eyes his way from the quarterback. Because let's face it, some of it is also on Hurts. There was that play against the Saints earlier this year.
When Dotson was wide open?
Wide open, and instead he threw it to Tyrann Mathieu. And I say Tyrann Mathieu because it was intercepted. He targeted Devontae Smith. It was intercepted. But we're starting to see Jahan Dotson. He had a catch in this past game for 27 yards and the Jacksonville Jaguars game for 36. So he's starting to look his way a little bit, which is an added wrinkle to this Eagles offense, which must be horrible to try to scheme up for if you're a defensive coordinator.
That's a promising storyline.
Yes.
A potential uncovered gem is right there. I can't get over, and watching it again yesterday, I cannot get over how efficient the Eagles are tackling. I just go back a year, and I looked at stories that were written by some of the best writers in town.
Yes.
And guys like our own Andrew DiCecco, guys like Jeff McLane, Jeff Kerr. And I just Googled the whole poor tackling, everything like that, and looked for keyword searches. Last year, by this point, we were 10-1, 9-1, and everybody was losing their minds about how bad the defense still looked.
Yes. Yeah, the tackling. If you remember the second half, I think they had the worst tackle rate percentage in the league. Second half of the season.
I'm going to tell you the amount of guys this Eagles team gets down on first contact, Andrew. That the first guy who comes in contact is able to get him down. It seems like it's 6-7 times as much as last year, and that has to go to the players' credit first. Vic Fangio's second.
Absolutely. Connor, what do we got?
Mine's very similar to Johnny's, but it's not just tackling. It's finishing those tackles and what could potentially happen when you do. The Eagles forced 4 fumbles on Sunday. And you know what? I'm looking back at it because I was thinking about the turnovers for the second opinion, and I just read the names. Listen to the names of the players that recovered the 4 fumbles for the Eagles. Zach Bond, Milton Williams, Reed Blankenship, Cooper DeJean. Could you imagine reading that list to somebody 3 months ago and telling them this was going to happen on the road in Dallas. Now, I know it was Cooper Rush, and I know Dallas isn't what we thought they were going to be. But my God, has Vic Fangio made so much out of guys that we didn't expect all that much from? Like, I know we expected Cooper DeJean to be good down the line, and I know we've seen moments from Milton Williams, but like, so much. Vic Fangio should legitimately be, they give the coordinator or assistant coach of the year at the end of it. It should be Vic Fangio, and it should be him in a runaway.
Yeah, it probably should be, honestly, because what he's done with this defense and the youth of this defense has just been unbelievable. I mean, this is something that we aren't really accustomed to.
No, we're not.
And it's not just youth. Like, Zach Bond's been around for a while. Like, turning him into something.
In a new position, yeah.
Finding a way to do that is just
it's a great
work.
point, Connor. It's awesome. All right, there's our second opinion.
They're the best. The consultants in medical oncology and hematology. And again, thank you for all the kind words yesterday. Glad that I've made it a year.
You know who didn't get kind words?
Who's that?
Kirby Smart.
Oh, don't get us started on this one because this is personal for us.
So, a wild couple of days for the Georgia Bulldogs. They lose to Ole Miss, and the Ole Miss crowd is storming the field with 30 seconds left in the game, and Lane Kiffin's all upset. Like, shut up, Lane. Like, the students of your school are celebrating.
By the way, I love Lane Kiffin.
The game was over. There was a 2-score lead with 15 seconds left or whatever. But as the Georgia Bulldogs were leaving the field, a player by the name of Jake Pope was caught celebrating, at least we think, with Ole Miss fans. John, you know the Pope family.
Yes. His father's a personal friend. His uncle's a personal friend. And I've known Jake. Jake is Olivia's age.
Okay.
They're born the same time. The wives were pregnant at the same time.
Yeah.
I've known Jake for in his family for a long time. First of all, he wasn't celebrating with them. He saw guys that he hasn't seen since high school.
Yes.
On the field after 3 years of being apart.
Yes.
He wasn't celebrating the game or celebrating the victory. He was seeing these guys, and it was like hyped to see old teammates.
And by the way, his old teammates were wearing another old teammate's jersey who played for Ole Miss.
That is correct.
They just so happen to also be friends with a player from Ole Miss.
Buford, Jake Pope is a player from Brandon Marsh's.
Yeah.
Brandon Marsh's high school, for those of you. And Buford is like a football factory,
powerhouse, yeah.
Baseball factory, everything. Kirby Smart calls him an idiot in the press conference.
He calls him an idiot.
And I'm going to tell you this. And if those who've listened know, I have a fondness for Kirby Smart. Got to know him a little bit. We share a birthday. That's our one thing in common. And I would tell you that Kirby is disgraceful with this behavior. And I would imagine, knowing the man he is, he will correct it. He calls out this kid for celebrating on the field. He wasn't celebrating on the field. He was seeing old friends that he'd never seen in 3 years. But more importantly, calls him an idiot at the press conference. This is Kirby Smart.
The same school in which?
Well, let's just say our own Jalen Carter and others have had incidents at Georgia.
Dude, the Georgia Bulldogs roster
has had incidents.
This year has had incidents. The entire team.
Kirby Smart and the Georgia Bulldogs have a problem where they somehow don't know you need a driver's license to drive.
Yeah.
Or that you don't do 80 miles an hour in school zones.
Yes.
Like 35. Kirby has had a program that has had a problem with this stuff since I was still in the South. I never once heard Kirby Smart call out a player and call him an idiot.
But he calls out this kid an idiot
tell you.
for being happy to see old friends. Now, look, is it a great look? It's not a great look.
Jake was wrong with this.
He should have done it in the
He should never have. He should have had the common sense to go, this isn't going to look good.
Hey, I'll see you in a little bit. I'll see you in a little bit.
I'll see you better. See you later. Talk to you later. But to call Jake Pope, an Alabama transfer, by the way, to call him an idiot at a press conference, I got to tell you, Kirby, I'm not going to call you names, but somebody should.
Yeah. It was just an unreal story, man.
It's terrible.
Like, literally half his team has gotten arrested this year.
Guys have gotten felonies. Guys have been involved in Far worse incidents.
And then this poor kid's just happy to see his friend. Bad look.
No,
It should have been in the tunnel.
It was a bad look.
We talked
correct.
about the jersey swaps the other day.
Yes.
I wish that stuff happened in the tunnel. I don't need to see you all happy on the sideline after a loss. But man, to call him an idiot and not half of your players from just this year alone is amazing. All right, coming up next, we hear from you at 610-632-0975. And don't forget, 9 o'clock hour, we have Amy Fadool who joins us. We always love our Tuesdays with Amy. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Insider Update.
Coming up at 9 o'clock, we will be joined by Amy Fadool for the entire 9 o'clock hour, and we will be able to talk to her about a million different things and all of our topics today. Don't forget.
I hope she didn't hear our conversation earlier and no one in back fill her in on the Joel Embiid return.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to hear naturally
yeah, exactly.
what she thinks.
So Amy will join us for the entire 9 o'clock hour. And don't forget, at some point in the next couple of minutes, I will ask a Know the Show question for your chance to win a pair of lower-level Flyers tickets for next Wednesday's game. Not tomorrow, but the following Wednesday, November 20th, versus the Hurricanes. Get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. When I ask the question, you will call the contest line at 215-263-0975 and give Brennan Gunn the answer. But not yet. I have not asked the question just yet. Give us a text on our text line, Connor, about any of our wonderful topics that we've had today.
Okay, let's pick a random one here and get it. All right, I got to scroll through. I'm going past all the Saquon ones. Guys, we've dug enough into that one. Zach from Florida says...
Because you realize you lost the argument. That's okay.
No, like legitimately every text for 30 minutes was just Connor's right.
But the two beat writers backed up.
Yeah.
The two guys who were there for it backed up exactly what we said.
One kind of didn't take a side in Jeff McLane, and one in Jeff McLane. Zach,
gotcha.
anyways,
Gotcha.
This is why I don't want to read those texts. Zach from Florida says, if last year taught me anything, it was judging a team off of one game is not the way to be. It's more important to look at the overall body of work, and right now, the Eagles' overall body of work looks pretty darn good.
Yeah, the overall body of work is 7 wins versus 2 losses. And I get it. Look, we have to do this for a living 5 days a week, right?
Sure.
So we have to unpack everything. And so there are a lot of people that like to sit down in the couch or at the stadium, watch the Eagles win, and when the Eagles win, they just want to hear nothing but positive things. Because that's fandom, right?
Well, they could listen to anything the Eagles put out.
Correct.
The Eagles put out their own content, and it's never critical for the most part unless Dave Spadaro writes it and actually writes something with some balance.
So 7-2, full body of work. Things are better than they are bad, right?
Yes.
Pretty significantly.
Yes. And if we did the week-by-week breakdown, I could come up with a lot of bad things that happened. Like, Jalen Hurts played poorly the first 4 weeks of the season. Jalen Hurts has not played poorly in the last 5, right? The last 5 weeks, he's been spectacular, except for the first quarter of the game against the Cowboys. But somebody might put out a tweet in the next couple of minutes going, man, remember all the haters the first month of the season about Jalen Hurts? No, it wasn't that. It was just pointing out that he did not play good football the first month of the season.
Andrew loves The Penguin.
I do.
The show The Penguin.
I'm sad it's over.
Okay, so somebody that watches that, is it every week or if they watch one episode?
Every Sunday night.
Or 2 episodes, they may text you after seeing that episode and say, show's a little slow for me. Not doing it. Breaking Bad to me. If I had not stuck with it.
Yeah.
And there were twice where in the beginning I wanted to say, this is horrible. Like, this is not good. It's not engaging. And then it got great to me.
Right.
But if I texted someone and said, man, this is a slow show. This is just not doing it for me. You don't wait for your opinion. You don't hold you give an opinion based on the knowledge you have at the moment.
Correct.
And then you give an opinion, and go, man, Breaking Bad ended up being a great show.
Yeah.
Started slowly.
Jalen Hurts started slowly.
It'd be like, wait. If you text me during a game, if you sent me a text in the first quarter going, Jalen Hurts looks like poop today, you weren't wrong.
Right, in the first quarter.
But if you said it after the fourth quarter, you look stupid.
Right. Now,
you have opinions based on what you're talking about at the moment.
Right.
I mean, this is not hard to understand.
No, it's not.
It shouldn't be. Let's put it that way.
All right. For your chance to win a pair of Flyers tickets, lower-level seats against the Hurricanes, Wednesday, November 20th. Get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. Call 215-263-0975. The first person to get this answer correct will win it. We did our second opinion segment at 8:30. What was John's biggest takeaway during our second opinion segment from the Eagles' win over the Dallas Cowboys? 215-263-0975. One lucky winner will get a pair of tickets for the Flyers game next Wednesday against the Canes. We are lucky, John, because coming up next for the entire 9 o'clock hour from NBC Sports Philadelphia, and of course here at 97.5 The Fanatic, we will be joined by the great Amy Fadool. So that starts next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Tuesday morning here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Want to let you know about the Fanatic Deal of the Week. It's an awesome one. Get a $50 card to the Locust Lane Craft Brewery in Malvern for just $25. So that's right near you.
I know where this is. It's right near Amy and I.
So a $25 purchase gets you $50. So you get an extra $25 at the Locust Lane Craft Brewery in Malvern. Enjoy delicious food, expertly brewed beers, and unwind with friends at Locust Lane. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. You mentioned Amy. Amy Fadool joins us. What's up, Amy?
Hello, everyone.
She likes a brewery.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't like
seriously.
Breweries are fun, man, especially the kid-friendly ones.
Oh, and aren't they all kid-friendly? If you make them.
It's not friendly you can't have the kids drink, but
no,
it's
you
friendly
can't
otherwise.
you can't have the kids
I
drink.
had someone once tell me, like, is that a kid bar? I'm like, do you see a kid in there? Like, yeah. I'm like, then it is.
Then it's a
Then
kid
it
bar.
is.
Then that matters.
You made it.
Beat down on Sunday.
Yeah, it was great.
Against the Cowboys. First things first, your thoughts on the game.
Yeah, I mean, you knew that they were going. I mean, I shouldn't say you knew. We knew, I think, overall, there was going to be a good game to go the Eagles' way. I was a little surprised about the slow start out of the gates, but I thought that really there was a lot of other factors in that, and I know we can talk about some of the different things, but I feel like the way that Jalen Hurts has been playing, I had a lot of confidence going into that game, given the fact that they had been firing on all cylinders, and obviously the Cowboys have been really hampered by injuries. But, I mean, to have this many comfortable wins makes me uncomfortable.
Really?
Yes, it makes me nervous
Explain
for
that
the
a
other
little
shoe
bit.
to drop. Like, oh, I'm just waiting for it. Is
that sort
Yes,
of the
it's
reporter in you?
Well, no, it's just it's absolutely not.
No,
the
because I'm
reporter
wondering,
in me.
it's the
It's
fan,
the fan in me.
You're a hungry dogs run faster
I'm like,
fan, aren't you?
let's go. Like, let's go.
Dogs run faster.
So
You
want a
want the
little
dog
adversity.
masks.
Yes.
You
Oh,
want the
no.
masks,
Oh,
Amy.
no.
Come on.
Makes me nervous
I
when
wanna
they're
be
like
top
running in
dog
front.
law. Come on. Come on. I want to be on top. I don't want to do this underdog thing.
It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous for the other shoe to drop. But I'm enjoying it right now.
I love it. And
Comfortable wins are just strange right now.
I think
that is true.
I think stranger is the way the youngsters are making an immediate impact right out of the draft, because I honestly can't remember the Eagles ever having this many impact kids, first and second year guys, that are just totally transforming what was a crappy defense into something that is now top 5 in points allowed.
I mean, they're since the break, they're one of the top defenses, if not the top defense
in football,
which is incredible.
It's ridiculous
to think about where they started. But it's you obviously want to give credit to the scouting department and to Howie Roseman and everybody, but you have to remember, like, Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, they were rated higher than where they were picked. They got a gift there, and they didn't miss it. That's the thing. When some guys fall to you, you think, ooh, why is this guy here?
Yeah.
Don't hesitate. You graded him that high, you take him that high. Wherever you had him, and they were surprised that Quinyon Mitchell was available there. They were surprised that Cooper DeJean was still available.
The draft was perfect for them.
It really worked out well.
They didn't have to trade up for Quinyon.
Exactly.
And then they were able to trade up for Cooper DeJean because they still had the capital.
And they realized he might not make it to them, but he was still there when a lot of people had him going a little bit higher anyway.
Yeah.
So it was interesting to see that kind of payoff, but you knew who those guys were. And they hadn't drafted those positions in a while. I mean, you're looking at decades for this point as far as a first rounder at the cornerback position. So it was obviously a need, and it was one of those rare instances where need and best player available matched.
So you were saying that it makes you feel a little uncomfortable.
It does.
That they're playing as well.
Nervous.
So I'll ask you the question that we've been asking our audience today. Do you believe the recent success, which is a 5-game winning streak, is more so because of the Eagles or more so because of the opponents? Now, don't give me the both answer, because it is a little bit of both, but more so. Is it more so the Eagles and what we've seen post by new offense, defense is clicking a little bit more, or are all those things happening because they played 5 teams with sub-500 records?
No, I think the team is actually better. I think the team has actually come together better. Yeah, you're right. The answer is a little bit of both, but you have to take advantage of those teams. This is a team that also went out there and played the Falcons so poorly, and the Buccaneers so poorly.
Right.
and really even the Browns, if you look at it, and the
It's not a
Jags at
great
times. So they've really gotten better. You look at, I'm not just during the winning, during the winning streak, if you just examine that and don't even go before the bye, they've got better each week, even in that 5-game winning streak. They got better after the Browns game. They got better after the Jags game. So I think that for me, it's the team is better. I think that obviously the opponents play a factor. You're playing teams that are sometimes diminished because of injury and whatever else, or they're just not very good. I think if they played that Buccaneers team right now, I think they'd win. I think if they played that Falcons team right now, they'd win. There's not a doubt in my
mind. And the Buccaneers are missing Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, just like the Eagles were missing A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith in that game.
We were talking earlier about Pat McAfee's show yesterday. They were ripping on Eagles fans, saying...
And the media, John.
Saying Nick Sirianni's 7-2, and he's getting trashed by people. And they're, like, clowning this guy. And he's 7-2. He's such a winner. And I'm saying they didn't bring up any of the reasons that Nick Sirianni was getting clowned on.
Oh, the national media didn't have a bigger picture on a broad stroke?
How do you balance?
How
do you balance even in your role, whether it's doing Birds programming on NBC Sports Philadelphia, with the fan of what Nick Sirianni really is, and how much credit does he deserve that maybe he doesn't get?
Yeah, it's interesting because you do have those glasses on, and they are. So the Pat McAfee show or any other national, they're looking at right now. They're looking at the record and saying 7-2. This is the same national media that probably looked last year and said 10-1.
Yes.
Wow,
Yes.
Look at this team. And why in the world would everybody be nervous in Philadelphia? Well, we've been watching this record for a long time, or this television program for a long time. And even if you just look at Nick Sirianni's tenure here, we've been watching that tenure as well. So the judgment, people's perception is their reality. So the judgment for them comes in their perception of him. And so people are perceiving him not just with the 7-2 record, not even with just the Super Bowl, visit. It was everything. The way that he operates, the way that they hear him. We're watching everything. We're watching him during the week. We're watching him during the game. We're watching him post-game. So I feel like it's obviously an unfair kind of assessment, which is fine. Like that's the they want to get everybody riled up, and they did. And everybody's like, you have no idea what you're talking about because you haven't seen what we've seen. You didn't watch the end of last year. You didn't watch the beginning of this year.
And they don't live it.
And you didn't watch even during the win streak at times where you're just the questionable calls. You're like, what are you, fourth? Oh, that's what we're doing?
And I wonder, were they not talking about him on their show a couple weeks ago?
No, I got to say Pat probably wasn't. And a lot of the content that I did see, because of the fact that it's clear Pat, with his Indianapolis ties, has some ties to Sirianni.
Yeah, because look, if he wasn't talking about literally the Browns game was bad for Nick Sirianni.
You're not talking about a guy going after and going after the fans in the stands and going at if he doesn't find that bothersome, I think it's pretty naive.
Yeah, I think they're just taking a very myopic view of it, and which is fine. They can look at it and blast the fans all they want, but the fans know what they've seen. They know there've been a lot of warts to this winning streak, and that's fine because at the end of the day, they've won. You just are hoping there's less warts at the end of the day.
Right. All right. Let's check our text line.
That's what we're going for. Less warts.
Amy, you are going to chime in on something that nobody can seem to have the same not opinion on the topic.
Right.
Whether or not the topic is real.
Okay.
But what do we have on the text line first, Connor?
All right. So Larry in West Philly brings up, so he kind of merges our two first topics, the Embiid and the Eagles.
Okay.
So he says, I'm equally as hyped to see Joel play tonight as I am to see the Eagles beat a Commanders team that's been less than spectacular since the week before the Hail Mary game. Who wouldn't want to see Joel play? No one in the league can stop him, the most dominating big man since Shaq.
Amy, I want you to hold your answer. Because we're going to get into this at 9:30. Okay. Your excitement level of the big man coming back tonight. Hold your thoughts. We will get to that coming up at 9:30. Wow. But the Commanders portion of it, we asked the question, for those fans who say it's been more so the opposition, which is why the Eagles have had the success, then my retort to all those people, because it's not totally off base, because the Eagles have played some bad teams, then this game you have to judge it, win or lose, against a good team. Because the Commanders, up until this past Sunday, were in first place of the division pretty much the entire season.
Yeah. I mean, this is your, if you told me at the beginning of the season that the Commanders that was the watermark. That's what you were going for.
Yeah.
And I would have been like, sign me up for that because something's gone wrong. But apparently things have gone very right. I do think that the Commanders team is a little bit overinflated.
I agree
with that record, but they are a good team. They have a decent defense. I think that it is a good measuring stick because at the end of the day, whatever you think about the Commanders, they're the team that you're fighting with right now for the division. You've got them coming in on your home turf, and you need to assert your dominance if you want to win this division. If you think that you're a Super Bowl contender and a top 5 team in the NFC, you have to win this game. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I just don't want to hear from the fans that do the whole, they've only beaten X, Y, Z, and then they go, well, the Commanders are a fake team anyway.
Yeah, you're always going to have that because they're always going to look for some reason. You could have played the 17-0 Patriots and like, well, Randy Moss was banged up. You're always going to find something. If you find fault in it, then you're going to find fault in it. But you should be able to look at these are professionals out there. Like, look at that Bengals team. That is a good Bengals team.
It is.
I know their record is awful, but they've played some epic games. And Joe Burrow just literally threw all over the place.
Just 2 weeks later.
And they shut them down.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a game. And I thought that would have been a good game because I thought the Bengals are good. So I get what the records are with these teams, but you go out and you play who you play and you take care of business. Bad teams don't take care of business. Bad teams lose to those teams that are questionable.
Or it's a one-score game.
Or
They've
it's
been
down to the
beating
wire.
these teams up.
Yeah.
Gut instinct. In your mind, what you've seen this year is all you can go off of. Who's better than the Eagles today in the NFL? Off the top of your head.
Lions. Oh, in the NFC or just in the NFL?
NFL.
Oh, Chiefs.
Always
right?
have to give Chiefs.
You got to give Chiefs their nod.
Bills. Lions. That might be it.
See, and that's the.
And they could probably, be in any of those games
they
with
could.
those teams. Yeah.
But that's the prism we look at this team through.
Yeah.
Like it is sort of nitpicking. What is still there's not many people, as Jim Harbaugh would say, have it better than us.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good
Right,
situation.
and that's why
to be
we
in.
hold certain players to higher standards, and that's why we talk about Nick Sirianni. Can you win in spite of him if he continues to make bad decisions? Like, people get so upset when we speak critically of a 7-2 football team. Over the course of the 9 weeks, we had nothing critical to say about this Cowboys game except for the first quarter for Jalen, right? Like, and there could have been a legitimate sun issue for all we know.
Oh, listen, I mean, I've seen the low angle of that. So we have our cameras shoot that low angle. I can tell you, it was real.
It was real, yeah.
It's jarring.
That's so crazy.
It's unbelievable.
That they let that happen.
And nothing. Jerry Jones is like, well, everybody's got it. Yeah, but don't you want one team to not have it, Jerry? Like the one team wearing the stupid star? Like, don't you want that team if I was you?
But amplifying sun through glass, the Dallas sports radio station was doing it the other day.
Well, it's only now after daylight savings that it happens.
And they were showing, though, how light reflecting off glass, how much then it becomes glare.
Oh, yeah. Well,
more than it becomes. Eye black can usually handle
No,
it.
it basically makes a starburst, a sunburst of it. It's pretty jarring. You can see some of the low-angle stuff.
It was bad for them.
Oh, my God.
By the way, real quick NFL news. Shane Waldron, the offensive coordinator of the Bears, out.
Deservedly so.
Yeah, he's...
Well, wait a minute. Okay, they're going to be there. I guarantee you Caleb Williams is going to get some other offensive coaches fired in his career, too.
Okay.
I'll just say it now.
It doesn't make this guy not an idiot. The dude can't run a pass game. They've got DJ Moore. They can't get in the football.
it's pretty embarrassing.
And again, I'm going to tell you right now, we'll revisit it later. Caleb Williams is going to get a lot more people fired in his career.
Well, I think
he's not.
He's a big anti-Caleb Williams.
Wow, really?
I thought
See,
Caleb
I think
Williams.
that kid's a winner.
See, I absolutely thought differently. And I was begging that the Bears would please take Jaden Daniels, because I didn't think Jaden Daniels and him should have been mentioned in the same even conversation.
He's always been a big Jane Daniels guy, so it's not like John's not revisionist history or anything right now.
I was all over it. I'm going, please have the Bears take
It's not
Jaden
a great
Daniels.
situation in Chicago, but you could say that about any quarterback. That quarterback's going to get an I mean, technically, Jalen Hurts, I guess, got Brian Johnson fired.
Hey, Trevor Lawrence will be on number 3
they were
before we know it.
Everyone's saying that was Chicago. They were 4-2.
Yeah, kind of in spite of themselves.
Remember they won a game where Caleb Williams threw 90 yards?
Yeah, I know.
They won that game.
I was
they
saying.
had no passing game. That was actually pretty abysmal.
All right, Amy, we need you to be a judge in this jury here. A judge in this jury?
No.
A jury.
No, I don't think so.
Judge and jury.
A jury and judge.
Just do it all, Amy.
Yep.
So I read a quote this morning that I saved for the air. John and Connor didn't even know about it. I saved it for the air, and it's from Saquon Barkley, who we love and respect. All right? I'm going to read the quote for you, and I would like you to interpret what he was saying because somehow nobody is getting to the same level playing field except John and I are on one playing field, and then Connor in the audience is on another one.
Oh, wow.
All right. Here's the quote from Barkley. I wouldn't say it was rocky. He was asked about the start of the season compared to now. I wouldn't say that it was rocky. I think you guys made it seem rocky. No offense. You guys are doing your job. But panic outside the locker room was from outside the locker room. It wasn't in here. We had no panic. We kind of treated it like the preseason games, to be honest. That was kind of the mindset. We were like, all right, we're done with the preseason. Now let's go get things shaking. We had the chemistry when we were 2-2. Just stuff happened. We were banged up. We weren't playing our best ball. It was all a new system. There's all excuses we have in the world. We're just not going to make them, which you kind of are when you're saying that. What we got into this discourse
No, let her say what she
Okay.
did. What do you hear then?
Oh, the only thing that jumped out to me was that we treated it like the preseason. Yikes.
Why is it that me, John, and Amy
no.
are on the right side of history here?
And Jeff Kerr and Jeff McLane.
I mean,
the guys who were there when he said it.
Yeah, I get what he's saying. He's trying to say, like, listen, we were just trying to make it, yeah. But, like, you can't say you treated it like the preseason because the preseason for the NFL is garbage.
I mean,
it doesn't mean anything.
And, oh, by the way, you went 2-2. What if you went 3-1? You're tied with the Lions right now.
It means everything.
A game matters.
Yeah. I get what he's saying. He's trying to say, listen, we were trying to still work out the kinks.
Yes, they ramp up and get used to it.
You can't say you treated it like the preseason. That's a tough.
And so our audience, Connor, you can explain better because you're on their side. You're basically saying that he's looking back at those 4 games.
Like, to me and to the audience, what he's saying there is when we got to the bye week, we looked at the first 4 weeks as, that was basically our preseason. So from here, we are now at the point where we hit the ground running. And we look back at that and we say, don't put too much into that because we're working stuff out. And now from this point forward in the season, this is where we can start to work out the kinks, change the offense, hit our stride. So it's more looking back retroactively. Not that they went into those 4 games saying...
I don't think he went into it. But I think it's still not great to look back on that and say, like...
Well, no. And that's a fair argument. But they didn't go into those games treating them as preseason.
When he says that was kind of the mindset...
That was kind of the mindset. He explains it.
It's like when they were in it, they looked around at each other and went,
listen,
we got the bye week coming up.
And
we'll
we're
just
getting
reset.
started. We'll reset. That's exactly what he said.
You can't... And look, Amy, I wanted to make it clear for the audience, and I'll make it clear for you. They're not the only team in the world that looks at the first 4 weeks as the continuation of the preseason.
And that's what Jeff Kerr said.
I've heard that terminology for the last 5 years now, ever since the Rams really started with Sean McVay. I've heard it a million times. The first 4 weeks is just a continuation of the preseason. Just because
when you say it like that, it sounds stupid.
Just because the league thinks it doesn't mean I think it's a good idea to have or a good mindset to have.
Because then it's like, it doesn't matter. So we went 0-4 in the first 4 weeks. Well, it's just the preseason.
Yeah.
We're still working the kinks out. No, now you put yourself in a big-time hole.
Don't you wish the Cincinnati Bengals didn't start? What did they? They lost to the Patriots. They lost to the Chiefs.
They lost, weren't they?
They went 1-3 to start, and their first win was Week 4 against the Panthers. Do you think they wish that they didn't start 1-3?
Yeah.
Because then you drop a game here and
They're completely out of their division right now.
Exactly. So
they're not even in it.
So I know we're hyper focused on the Eagles because the Eagles are 7-2. So it's okay that Saquon said it.
Right.
But if Joe Burrow said that, we'd be like, dude, you went 1-3 during those 4 weeks.
Hang on now. Cincinnati played Joe Burrow in the preseason. That's where this argument gets crazy. The examples for why they should are the ones that shouldn't, and it's all over the place. Everyone does weird stuff. There's no way to decide whether or not it truly makes a huge difference. We make so much out of something.
We're not Patrick Mahomes played in the preseason.
The Eagles taking the bank, let's wrap everybody in bubble wrap approach. And Nick Sirianni's talked about it. As many healthy people as we can get to the starting line. Mm-hmm. They believe that's the best strategy. That's what they choose to use. Did. But you're not going to be at your best early on in a season when you take that approach.
Yeah, the thing with me is that Sirianni's done it both ways.
Yes.
And when he was asked about it, why didn't you play him? And he's just like, this year it didn't feel right.
Right. That's not a real reason.
Or it rained.
And again,
it did. And again, I still don't think they were ever going to play them.
But that's not even the point of the argument. The point of the argument is the fact that he's basically telling
when we were in it, we're like,
we went into the season saying what fans say. The first 4 weeks is the continuation of the preseason. I don't need my players speaking like fans.
Wait, but I thought they never did when it came to trap game stuff. Or maybe there's a narrative that builds in a locker room.
Well, then that's a wrong narrative to have in a locker room.
Yeah, and
Come
I'm
on,
just
as a
saying
former athlete, you should know
Okay, so
that,
I try to make
Connor.
the argument it exists, it doesn't, but when it does, then you guys kill me over it.
Yes.
Cool.
I think that you picked it up.
Just take
Yep,
the
you got
L.
it. You got it.
Just take it.
All right, coming up next.
It's yours.
Amy
It's got a
answers.
handle on it.
Amy answers the Sixers question. Your level of excitement for tonight. The big man's making his debut. Have we got text on this? Because I don't even know how many people are actually.
Yeah, like we have a lot of text.
All right, we'll get into that coming up next. It is Kincade Salciunas. Amy joins us for the entire hour. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles already.
is 9:30 on Kincade Salciunas here on this Tuesday morning, which means we're joined by Amy Fadool for the remainder of the hour. We'll get to some of your text messages in a little bit, and I have some audio that I just listened to during the break that I made sure to grab for the show because it's amazing. It's amazing audio.
Wow.
It has nothing to do with the Eagles, but it has something to do with what we talked about last segment. So we'll get into that in a little bit. But
That's a tease.
Amy, the Sixers play tonight.
Yes, they do.
Joel Embiid plays tonight. What is your level of excitement for tonight's game?
Do you want numerically? Just like general feeling?
General feeling.
General feeling.
I'm stoked. Are
Thank
kidding
you.
me?
Thank you, Amy.
I'm stoked. This is a face of an
I got
anti-stoked.
a meh out of this guy
Yeah,
earlier.
they're stoked. Explain. I'm not going to bias it. I want to hear what you say.
I mean, okay.
No, I mean it's like I don't want to. I don't want to bias what her argument is.
Oh, you're not going to, because you're not going to get me unstoked.
Okay.
You're not going to get me unstoked. I am stoked. I enjoy watching Joel Embiid play basketball.
So do
think
I.
when he is on, he's one of the best players in the world, and it is fun to watch. And I've also watched every single Sixers game so far without Joel Embiid,
miserable.
and it's been trying.
No lies detected in anything Amy said, and
So-
she has watched every second of every game,
Every second.
which I have not.
Yeah, I'm hoping
every
people.
game. So I get it.
I'm hoping people learn, and you probably have heard from these people, Amy. And I tried warning for the last couple of years of trade Embiid, build around Maxey. And this is not me taking anything away from Tyrese Maxey, but he can't win by himself.
I mean, I don't think that's a knock. There's a lot of players that can't win by
He
themselves.
needs Joel
There's times
Embiid.
where LeBron can't win by
But
himself.
I tried telling people that if you get rid of Joel Embiid, you might be a playing team. And I get, no, it's a guard league and Maxey, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but he needs Embiid. And they went
right
one.
now, they're not even a play-in team.
Exactly. They went 1-6. So I hope people start to realize, like, just getting rid of Embiid because you're tired of the injuries and everything. And I get it. I totally get it. I like anybody that has that opinion in terms of their exhaustion, you're allowed to.
Yes, absolutely.
But don't say something crazy as blow it up. They'd be better without.
And the thing is, you can't just replace him with just any person.
Right.
Like that, we talked about that in the offseason before they signed. Who would you sign? Who's the backup center? And there was people that would call in and be like, "Oh, you need to find someone like Embiid." Okay.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That you can't. That doesn't
they're not
exist.
falling
Is
off
Nikola
of
Jokic
trucks.
available?
Yeah.
Like, is that what we're talking about?
And that's only his offensive part, right? Defensively, Jokic doesn't give you what Embiid does. That person doesn't exist.
Right.
So you have to take the bad with the good with him. And I understand that there is the injury kind of frustration and the lingering of like, really, again with this guy? I understand that completely. But when he's going, the team is unreal. On paper, this team all together with everybody healthy is an Eastern Conference Finals team. Now, obviously, we haven't seen that because they're not healthy and you've not seen everybody. The question going forward will be, what iteration of this team will you see and how successful can it be in the limited times you will have everybody on the court? That's where they have to make their head.
John, explain your
didn't-
meh.
Yeah, I didn't agree. I didn't disagree with anything Amy said at all. And it is a personal issue that I think a lot of people in the fan base feel with me. The reason why anybody would have to be stoked on November 12th about seeing Joel Embiid return is all his fault. Is his desire to go play in an Olympics when he knew he was injured from the postseason. His desire to not get something fixed that takes care of his full-time job. That he did something that was inherently for himself, not for us, and it's the job that pays the bills, that gives him the stardom, that gives him $50 million a year. And that was considered secondary to an Olympic pursuit. So I'm not going to be stoked about seeing a guy who the reason we're waiting till November 12th to see him is all of his doing.
I hear you. I still don't equate the Olympics with re-injuring the knee. I don't equate that exactly. I do think that there is some carryover, and I understand what you're saying. But I watched the Olympics, especially against the game against Serbia. That knee was fine. I do think there was probably some lingering effects, but to me, there's always a lingering effect on an injury with Joel Embiid. We have yet to see him start a season completely healthy. I've talked to him every single media day, and every single media day, we're asking him about how do you feel from XYZ left over from 6 months ago, 5 months ago, 3 months ago. So for me, there's not, I hear what you're saying, but I don't equate it of like him being, oh, you're selfish and you just wanted to play in the
I didn't
Olympics.
use the word selfish. I just said it was a personal desire for him to go do something. I don't think it was that if he was injured in the Knicks series.
He was injured before that.
Anyway, exactly.
Yeah.
But at the end of that, You shut it down. You do the proper rehab. You do all those things in the offseason so you're ready for your job.
I mean, he
didn't.
He did do some of that.
But he went on vacation for 2 months after it.
Okay.
Like, I mean, to me,
It's also November 12th, not February 12th.
Yeah, but you know what, though, Aim? I'm going to tell you right now. They have to play 20 games over 500 the rest of this way in order to avoid the play-in tournament by the play-in tournament number, which, Andrew, we're going to track.
I think we said 47 or 48 because that's what it was last year.
48 seems to get you out of the play-in tournament. Like it's okay to say it's November, but this is like you've dug a hole.
Oh, you have. You've dug a hole in the fact that you don't know how many games you're going to get with him, period.
Well, he's already told you he's taking 13 off, the back-to-backs.
He alluded to it. He alluded to it because I don't think that that's going to hold the entire season. I think he will play.
If they need to start winning games.
I think he will play a back-to-back. I'm not saying like all of them. Honestly, it was funny. Jim Lynam said it the other day. Jim was like, I think, Aim, that he's gonna want to play against the Cavs if the Cavs come in at 12-0. And I was like, I hear what you're saying, Jim. I don't know that that's true, but I hear what Jim was saying. Coach was like, because that's the kind of guy that Joel Embiid would want to be. He would want to show up the Cavs and try to end that, which I appreciate. I think that he loves playing that kind of villain role. I do think he will play in a back-to-back at some point this season.
Probably not tomorrow.
No. I mean, that would be pretty. The argument for would be that you haven't played and you should be raring to go.
Right.
And when he plays, last season when he was playing in those back-to-backs, he gets better. He gets better the more he plays. It's like my golf game. It's so much better. Unfortunately, I play like 4 times a year, so I suck.
Yep.
There you go.
I feel that pain. All right.
Amy could smoke you on the golf.
I'm sure she could. All right, I want to play this for you. So last segment, we got into Shane Waldron, who was just fired by the Chicago Bears. So first things first. Do you guys remember before the season started, Caleb Williams texted Torrey Taylor, the punter of the team, like, get ready to not punt all that much this year? Caleb Williams has thrown for 2,021 yards this year. Torrey Taylor has punted for 2,153. So more yards punted than Caleb Williams has thrown so far this season. But that's besides the point. So you said last segment, John, that this will not be the only offensive coordinator that he gets fired.
Or head coach that he gets fired.
So Shane Waldron, this is his first year as an offensive coordinator for the Bears.
Right.
He was the offensive coordinator of the Seahawks for 3 years before coming to Chicago. So during the offseason, it was during Super Bowl weekend. You know how a lot of players do like the media tours?
Yes.
So Jackson Smith-Njigba was a wide receiver for the Seahawks. He was doing stuff for Bounty. I don't know
the
how
paper towels?
Yes.
Perfect.
Really?
He had a plate
he's a quicker picker-upper. That makes sense.
He had a plate of wings and he had a Bounty, thing of Bounty with him. That was like the advertisement.
I like that.
So he did an interview with a Chicago station. And, of course, they wanted to ask about Seth Waldron. Like, hey, tell us a little bit about our new offensive coordinator. This was Jackson Smith-Njigba's reaction.
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live?
We're not live. We're not live.
I'm playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person.
Oh, my God.
That hilarious.
That is atrocious.
So maybe Caleb Williams didn't get him fired when Jackson Smith-Njigba goes, are we
just kidding.
Are we live?
He's a good person. He's a good person? No. Hey, do you want to go on a date with this person? What do they look like?
Yeah.
They're nice.
Well, they're a nice person.
They have a great personality. I just found out, too, Thomas Brown, a guy I know, just got the job to replace Waldron.
Congratulations
to Thomas Brown, former Georgia Bulldog running back.
Well, I
was now the offensive coordinator.
We should ask what, maybe DeAndre Swift has an opinion on him.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
That's
that is unbelievable.
That's an unbelievable.
The
that's
pause,
so bad.
pause,
That's
the hesitation,
is
and the
this
saying,
is this live?
Is this live?
Is it good? So can you edit this out? That's literally what that says. He's a good person.
What was the greatest, we're live reaction in Sixers franchise history?
I don't know.
What?
This is some process stuff that only you remember.
No. Evan Turner. He goes up to the microphone. It was when the Sixers were still at PCOM. And he just grabs the microphone and goes, "What's up, mother?" And then he goes, "Oh, we're live?"
I do not remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember this at all.
Have Brendan grab it.
How did I blank
Dude,
out
we have
on
like
this?
10 minutes left.
No, we're going to do the key three, and then after either before it's 30 seconds. It's before or after the key three we'll play it. Have
You're
Brendan
the
grab
only
it.
person.
What?
You're
No,
the
I
only
guarantee
person
you
that
I am
ever
not
doing
the
this
only
for you.
person.
You're doing this
no.
for you.
If you've
You're
heard
doing
of it,
this
You're doing
niche
this for you.
little thing
Yes,
for
call
you.
in. if
flash
you've heard
call,
this.
flash text, flash
You're
tweet.
doing a
Do
niche
you
little
remember
thing
the
for you.
Evan?
Any time left?
No,
in
do
this
you
game?
remember the
The
Evan?
car was like, stop talking.
No, I just need to see how many people are with me here. I can't believe you guys don't remember
No.
this.
I was probably there.
You
All right.
probably were on screen with him.
The key three coming your way next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
Flyers get it back in front. Force another.
97 on Kincade Salciunas with Amy Fadool for the remainder of the hour here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Do we have the Evan Turner audio? Working on it.
No.
Working on
What,
it.
are we live?
Brendan says he's putting it in now.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
All right.
Well, then we will play it for you in about 3 minutes because it is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now,
Presented by Von C.
the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Our questions for you to start the show. Do you believe the Eagles' recent success is because of them? And let's break that down for a second.
Correct.
The change in an offense. The defense is getting more and more experienced with one another. We know about the offense and how everything's changed and how they gone run first and Saquon's been running like a madman. Or is it because of the teams that they play? There are a lot of people that still believe that.
And
John.
where do you fall?
I think it's the Eagles. Because if the Eagles were, let's say every game was 20-16 like the Browns game, then I'd be miserable. I'd be like, wow, they're barely beating teams and they're only beating these teams because they're bad. The fact that they are beating the doors off of these teams tells me it's the Eagles and not their competition.
You're brighter than you look. I got to give you credit.
Thank
really
you.
Are. I'm of the belief that, and yesterday when I was taping with Graham Weinstein, the voice of the Commanders, and I said to him, when you do your film study for Thursday night's game, start at the bye week.
Yes.
I said, there's no use watching before the bye week. I said, because I think this is a different Eagles team since the bye week.
Oh, absolutely.
They are a completely different product. The product is different. The way that they are going about their business is different. Their offensive scheme is completely different. I said, so just start at the bye week. Don't watch the early stuff.
Joel Embiid expected to play tonight against the New York Knicks. It's going to be the first game of the season for Joel Embiid. I want to know, legitimately, from you, where is your level of excitement when it comes to Joel Embiid making his 2024 debut? You know me. I barely have to explain myself. I love Joel Embiid. I'm a big Joel Embiid fan, so I'm probably not the best person to talk to about this. I do think it's crazy for somebody that isn't excited to see probably a top 5 player in Sixers franchise history, but I also know how painful this decade has been, and apathy is set in for a lot of people. I want to hear from you, John. What is your level of excitement? Because it is still only November, but it is his debut for the 2024 season.
My level of excitement?
Yeah.
Poor.
Why?
I'm just being honest.
Okay.
Because I'm already desperate. Because unlike people who are going to spin to you that all you got to do is just be healthy come playoff time, that is bull pucky. The Commanders played a car wreck game with the Steelers. Physically on defense, physically on offense. And now in a short week, you got to turn around a little shorthanded and play the Birds. This is a perfect situation for the Eagles to just sort of grab the division and have a little more of a comfort level about where they're at.
Yeah, and you mentioned the car wreck game for the Commanders. The Eagles had a driver. Like
Yes,
the Eagles
they
sat
did.
in the back of that nice SUV, the big black SUV. That's what the Eagles sat in,
Yeah,
and
and
they were driven to the airport safely.
Yeah, but it happened, too, in 17 minutes of game time. Yesterday, watching the 15-minute game. I mean, that literally went from the 2-minute warning through the third quarter, and you went from a game where Jalen Hurts was looking rocky, the team wasn't looking their best, to at the end of the third quarter going, all right, feet up, it's that kind of game. And that told me more is that that's what the Eagles can do. And with the Commanders, the whole country's going to get a treat because Washington's a story that nobody's learned yet. And the Eagles are becoming a story of their own.
Covering the Eagles for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com. Jeff McLane. Jeffrey, good morning. How are we today?
Jalen Hunt is a guy that the Eagles have liked. And, when the Eagles didn't make a move at the trade deadline, one of the explanations I had received was that Jalen Hunt is someone that they feel like needs to play more. So
there are a lot of naysayers out there, Johnny.
Still are.
There are the people, and I can't completely shoot down their opinion. The opinion of, it's been great the last 5 weeks, but who have they beaten? They've beaten the Browns, they've beaten the Giants, they've beaten the Bengals, they've beaten the Jags, they've beaten the Cowboys. All 5 of those teams have records and had records at those times below 500. So for anybody that says that, you're not wrong that they haven't beaten any playoff teams or they haven't beaten anybody of note. But I always go back at you and say, if they didn't beat up on those teams, if they didn't beat the Giants 28-3, the Bengals by 20, the Jags where the coach made all those mistakes, and the Cowboys by 28, you'd be saying, man, they can barely beat these bad teams. Like, there are people that are naysayers that just, no matter what the scenario is, they're not going to be happy unless they beat a legitimate opponent.
Do you remember 22? Do you remember 17? It almost warms my heart a little bit to hear people dragging out that, well, who'd you beat strategy. Because in 22, we heard it. In 17, we heard it. Both of those trips ended up in the last game of the year.
All right, that is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the Stony Creek East Coast IPA, which is an American IPA with citrusy hop notes and a smooth, dry finish. the Uncle Jerry's Wit, a Belgian-style wheat beer, and...
Of course, the Helles Golden Lager, like Amy's beautiful golden hair, with Munich-style ingredients. Go check out Von C Brewing Company in Norristown. It's just like Munich. If you can't go to Munich, go hang out
in Norristown.
In Norristown, it's very similar.
I've heard that.
Very
the
similar.
best is when you start, the head down between Andrew and Connor is almost immediate.
But I know it's
almost
coming.
immediate.
I just
it
braced
just goes
myself.
right
Brace
down.
yourself,
It just
yes.
goes. Their heads just go right down on cue.
Brace yourself.
By the way, thanks again to our friends at Primo Hoagies.
amazing.
They dropped
Thank
off
you,
some
Primo.
delicious hoagies. It is Customer Appreciation Day. Primo Rewards members can enjoy $6.99 Primo size Italian, turkey and cheese, and ham and cheese hoagies all day. Visit PrimoHoagies.com for a location near you. Nothing hits better than a Primo at 7:30 in the morning. All right, we have the audio. So this was from 2013.
Wait. Has anybody
Nobody
chimed
else
in
has
on
come over and
anything?
said
Chimed in on this. Fake
So
Sixers
no one
fans. You guys are all frauds. This was 2013 at PCOM.
Oh, my
Sixers.
gosh.
Okay.
You were there probably.
I probably was
Sixers
there.
Media Day at PCOM.
Oh, I was definitely there.
It was the Sixers website. They were doing a live stream interviewing all
but
the
I might have been
players.
like,
Yeah, you were busy.
So
Yeah,
there were like
okay.
7 people paying attention to it.
Sixers.com.
And you were
in
one of the
2013.
Let's be
Why
honest.
do you know about this?
And here's Evan Turner.
Oh, we're live? Who's watching?
Don't say anything bad.
Who's watching?
You're lying. My bad.
All right, we're here with Evan Turner.
Oh, my
In
God.
case you missed it. I missed that voice.
You guys don't remember this?
No.
No, nobody else.
Nobody does.
Evan
Also,
Turner
Evan
doesn't
Turner
remember
doesn't.
this.
Yes, he does. There's
No, he
The only
doesn't.
person
Amy
that-
was here. It was
Yeah.
at the event.
Yeah,
You're crazy,
I was
dude.
probably doing, in fairness, like you know how those media days things
Ray
are.
remembers. Thank you, Ray. That's a true processor right there.
He's lying.
Look, wait a
Bootlegger.
minute. Was Ray one of the cosplayers too?
No, that was me.
Ray
he
was
wasn't.
probably logged in.
Ray wouldn't dress up like a
There's no way
cosplayer.
you remember that.
Yes, he does.
Ray
my
would have
God.
been
Was
He
6
logged-
years
he,
old.
He might have been
That
logged
was
in
an
at Sixers.com.
That's what I'm saying.
When they said who's watching this, it was Ray Dunn. Ray Dunn was
1983
watching it.
championship,
He would have been
Embiid's first
in
game,
school
Evan
that
Turner.
time.
Which is why he was probably streaming it.
Today's
Could've
talk
been.
show, baby.
Come on, man.
Guys,
I believe.
unbelievable.
I believe so. Ray probably was watching it. He probably
Hey.
was logged in. I don't mean to disparage Ray.
Support life-saving cancer research. Join our friends Pierce Phelps Bryant, heating and air conditioning contractors, and make a donation today to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
Feels good to be the only Sixers fan on the show. Amy, thank you so much for
Are you going to
joining
be
us.
so stoked to wait for 7:30 tonight?
Yes.
Yes.
Because I'm going to watch one of the best players of my life.
That's great.
I can't wait to watch him.
I can't wait to text John and ask him how it's going.
My God, can you add me in that group text,
Yes,
please?
I absolutely will.
Amy,
There it
thank you
is.
so much for joining us as always on
So
these
stoked.
Tuesdays. We love
Super
it.
stoked.
Everybody have a great rest of your day. Mike Missanelli show coming right next with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning on a Shefty.